Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Ultimate Series, The Strongest Class Tutor, Unlimited Rewards. Chapter 31, Bara High School, Wasteland. Congratulations. Your talent is more powerful than I imagined. Yi Chen had a gentle smile on his face. And when he looked at Tian Xin, a look of satisfaction flashed through his eyes. When Tian Xin awakened his superpower physique, his superpower index was only 6,000 points. 2 days have passed. Tian Xin's ability index increased by 800 points. At this rate of improvement, in less than a few days, Tian Xin's power index will reach 8,000 points. Once Tian Xin's power index reaches 8,000 points, Yi Chen can get a super treasure box again. Thinking of the rewards in the super treasure chest, Yi Chen's heart was full of expectations. Thanks, you taught me well. Looking at Yi Chen in front of him, Tian Xin showed a blush on his face and spoke in a low voice. Ever since I learned about Yi Chen's evaluation of myself from the students in the Ultimate Class 1. Every time Tian Xin sees Yi Chen, she will be very shy. It is precisely because of this. When Yi Chen talked about the 7 kinds of superpowers before, she would say nothing and listen silently from a distance. At this moment, as Yi Chen approached, the shyness in Tian Xin's heart reached its peak. Looking at Tian Xin's shy look, Wang Dedong on the side couldn't help but feel agitated. Tian Xin hasn't answered the question he asked before. Only, Wang Dedong just opened his mouth and didn't have time to ask. Next to him, Arthur Wang quickly covered Wang Dedong's mouth and dragged Wang Dedong away. Arthur Wang is not Wang Dedong. What Wang Dedong couldn't understand, Wang Arthur quickly figured it out. Tian Xin's sudden combat power index is obviously related to their class teacher Yi Chen. Moreover, Tian Xin's attitude in front of Yi Chen can also tell Tian Xin's thoughts to a certain extent. Therefore, as Wang Dedong's brother, Arthur Wang, of course, doesn't want Wang Dedong to make a joke. It's better to drag Wang Dedong away and let him calm down. Ah, he is indeed a child. Watching Wang Dedong struggling in Wang Arthur's hands, the corners of Yi Chen's mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile with unknown meaning. Yi Chen certainly knew Wang Dedong's thoughts. Only, no matter it's your own strength or your own charm. From beginning to end, Yi Chen never took Wang Dedong seriously. In Yi Chen's eyes, Wang Dedong is just a child who has not grown up. Even if Wang Dedong really expresses his feelings to Tian Xin, it is absolutely impossible for Tian Xin to respond to him. The reason is simple. In Tian Xin's heart, she also treats Wang Dedong as a younger brother. As for whether he can be with Tian Xin, Yi Chen didn't think too much. After all, the big boss, Black Dragon, has not yet appeared. After the battle between good and evil is over, it's not too late to think about other things. The most important thing for Yi Chen right now is always to improve his strength. Jian's superpower index was detected and increased by 1,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a high-level treasure chest. The system's voice sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then looked at Jian. I saw a rare expression of excitement on Jian's poker face, looking intently at his palm. In his palm, a tiny flash of thunder flashed from time to time. This is the completion of the training of lightning control. Did not expect. Is this actually Jian's first breakthrough? Right, although Jian's supernatural talent is not as good as Wang Dedong, Wang Arthur, and Ding Xiaoyu. But he is a demon exorcist and has sufficient training experience. In addition, Jian's ability index is very low, so it is not difficult to quickly increase it by 1,000 points. Yi Chen thought about it for a while and quickly figured out the reason. Maybe it's the desire for one's own abilities. After Jian mastered the demon pulling slash, he has been practicing crazily. And successfully practicing the lightning control technique allowed Jian's power index to naturally break through the 1,000-point barrier. The other side, Wang Dedong, who was pulled away by Arthur Wang, gradually calmed down. Although he is a little reckless, he is not completely brainless. Therefore, through Tian Xin's previous performance, Wang Dedong also knew Tian Xin's thoughts. After all, Tian Xin would never ignore him in the past. But now, Tian Xin can't see his existence at all because of Yi Chen's appearance. No matter how stupid Wang Dedong is, he still knows what this means. Arthur Wang patted Wang Dedong on the shoulder and did not say anything to persuade him. He knew very well that he could not help Wang Dedong of much. Wang Dedong was in a low mood at the moment and could only let him come out on his own. After a while, Wang Dedong took a deep breath. After completely accepting the reality, he felt a lot more relaxed. So much so that a smile appeared on his face again. And the way he looked at Tian Xin became very clear, as if he was looking at one of his elders. Arrogant, don't you try. I think you should practice fire control. After all, your qi is very hot, and it goes well with the fire attribute. See Wang Dedong's expression. Wang Arthur also laughed and suggested to Wang Dedong. He knew that his brother had gradually solved the knot in his heart. Regarding this situation, Arthur Wang is really happy for Wang Dedong. Good. Dedong, indeed goes well with fire. Ding Xiaoyu raised the corners of her mouth slightly and softly echoed. Although he never spoke, he was always worried about Wang Dedong. At this moment, seeing Wang Dedong's mood pick up, he naturally became happy. Brother, thanks. Hear what Wang Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu said. The smile on Wang Dedong's face became more and more sincere, giving people a feeling of sunshine. Now that you've said so, then I'll give it a try and I'll definitely complete the practice of fire control. Next moment, a powerful combat power index erupted from Wang Dedong's body. As a burst of fiery red light lit up, Wang Dedong was illuminated like a god of fire. 0.6892, 0.7862, 0.8029. Feel Wang Dedong's combat power index. Yi Chen couldn't help but frown, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Wang Dedong, wearing the energy-suppressing bracelet, has a combat power index of no more than 7,000 points at most. So what's the situation now? How could Wang Dedong increase his combat power index to over 8,000 points? Wang Dedong, who detected the host's teachings, has improved his mental state. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a top-notch treasure chest. It was detected that the host had cultivated the first superpower walker with over 10,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a top-notch treasure chest. Wang Dedong's power index was detected and exceeded 1,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a top-notch treasure chest. Bara High School, Wasteland. Wang Dedong, who detected the host's teachings, has improved his mental state. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a top-notch treasure chest. It was detected that the host had cultivated the first superpower walker with over 10,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a top-notch treasure chest. Wang Dedong's power index was detected and exceeded 1,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a top-notch treasure chest. The system's voice sounded in Yi Chen's mind one after another. Is this the protagonist? After being hit once, you just cheated. Hear what the system says. Yi Chen froze on the spot and looked at Wang Dedong in disbelief. For such a situation, Yi Chen was unexpected. After all, Yi Chen really didn't expect that Wang Dedong would suddenly give him such a big surprise. 3 top treasure chests. Wang Dedong alone contributed 3 top-level treasure boxes to himself. But, compared with the 3 top treasure chests, Yi Chen was more curious about what happened to Wang Dedong. A breakthrough in mental state cultivation. Is this because he has put aside his obsession with Tian Xin and faced his own heart? If that's the case, it's quite acceptable. However, if you make a breakthrough in your mental state, the system will also reward you with a treasure chest. Host. This system has already said it. Improving a power walker's power index is not the only way to get rewards. As long as the psychic practitioner taught by the host achieves a breakthrough recognized by the system, the host will be rewarded. Besides, the system will also reward every significant breakthrough that the host makes in the process of teaching the supernatural walkers. For example, Wang Dedong right now. He is the first psychic to break through 10,000 points among the subjects taught by the host. In the future, when other people's power index exceeds 10,000 points, the host will not receive rewards again. As if he knew what Yi Chen was thinking. The system's voice sounded again, explaining to Yi Chen. Is that so? System. Scan Wang Dedong and list his information. Listen to the system's explanation. Yi Chen nodded and gave instructions to the system. At this moment, Wang Dedong is still wearing an energy-suppressing bracelet on his arm. Therefore, even Yi Chen doesn't know the specific situation of Wang Dedong now. However, since the system has said so, Wang Dedong's ability index has increased by 1,000 points. Then, it is absolutely impossible for Wang Dedong's power index at this moment to just break through 10,000 points. After all, when Yi Chen was teaching Wang Dedong had a power index of about 9,500 points. Buzz. Yi Chen's voice just finished. A transparent light curtain appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes. Name: Wang Dedong. Identity: Ultimate Class 1 student. Ability Index: 10,872. Kung Fu: Zhanyuan Gong. Treasure: Dragon Pattern Sword. The mental breakthrough is a bit fierce. Wang Dedong's combat power index has actually increased by nearly 1,000 points. Look at the information on the light screen. Yi Chen was silent and speechless for a long time. He taught Wang Dedong for several days, and Wang Dedong's combat power index was always stuck at the 10,000 point mark. Now, Wang Dedong just faced his own heart. Not only did he break through the 10,000 point mark, but his combat power began to skyrocket. This made Yi Chen wonder, is he really a qualified teacher? Ego, arrogant maniac, what's going on with your combat power index? Dedong, has your combat power index broken through? The other side, Wang Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu, who were beside Wang Dedong, also noticed something was wrong with Wang Dedong. Like Wang Dedong, they all wear energy-suppressing bracelets. While wearing energy-suppressing bracelets, they can only achieve a combat power index of about 7,000 points at most. Not long ago, Wang Dedong was the same way. However, in the blink of an eye, Wang Dedong can wear an energy-suppressing bracelet and directly increase his combat power index to 8,000 points. This made Wang Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu very confused. Really, my combat power index has become so powerful. It's as if all of a sudden, the combat power index has evolved. Feel the changes in your body. Wang Dedong also had a puzzled expression on his face. However, this puzzled expression quickly turned into excitement. Although he doesn't know what is going on. However, he could clearly feel that he was much stronger than before. Now that he has become more powerful, Wang Dedong is naturally very happy. Classmate Wang Dedong, congratulations, you have officially exceeded the 10,000 point mark. For superpower practitioners, after their superpower index exceeds 10,000, their strength will make a qualitative leap. From today on, you can finally say that you are a master. At this time, Yi Chen's unabashed voice sounded in the ears of Wang Dedong and others. What? Brother Dedong's combat power index has exceeded 10,000 points. With a combat power index of over 10,000 points, isn't that code 2? Wow, our ultimate class has a code 2. Who will dare to mess with our ultimate class in the future in colleges and universities? Quote. As Yi Chen's words fell, in an instant, everyone on the wasteland turned their gazes towards Wang Dedong. Everyone had a look of envy and admiration on their faces, and they quickly opened their mouths to congratulate. Even Tian Xin next to Yi Chen looked at Wang Dedong with a chuckle. She is not a little girl who doesn't understand anything. However, she has always regarded Wang Dedong as her younger brother and has no other ideas. For example, now, she was just happy that her brother had made a breakthrough. Class teacher, is a psychic with over 10,000 points really that strong? Did Wang Dedong speak yet? Wang Arthur, who was beside Wang Dedong, couldn't help but ask. He is a very proud man. Therefore, Wang Arthur has always believed that although his combat power index has not exceeded 10,000 points. However, if they really fight, with his current strength, he may not lose to a master with over 10,000 points. Therefore, Wang Arthur was naturally a little unconvinced when he heard Yi Chen say that one can be considered a master if he breaks 10,000 points. Classmate Wang Arthur, a psychic can't be considered powerful until his psychic index exceeds 10,000 points. If you want your superpower index to exceed 10,000 points, there are many conditions that need to be met. The simplest one is to control one's own power. A psychic with over 10,000 points looks just like an ordinary person before he uses his power. In other words, Even if a master with over 10,000 points stands in front of you, you won't be able to tell that he is a psychic. The other thing is quality. The power walker who has exceeded 10,000 points, the power in his body is even more pure. So, when he uses his power, he can often explode with stronger lethality. Quote. Bara High School. Wasteland. After briefly explaining the power of breaking 10,000 points, Yi Chen asked the students in the ultimate class to continue their unfinished practice. Perhaps it is because of Wang Dedong's breakthrough that ignited the students' enthusiasm for cultivation. They are now extremely serious in their cultivation. This made Yi Chen very happy. To know, in Yi Chen's heart, even though all members of the ultimate team are power walkers. However, the only people Yi Chen really values are Tian Xin, Wang Dedong, Wang Arthur, Ding Xiaoyu, and Jian. As for the other students in the ultimate class, their supernatural talents are average, and at best they are only potential mid-level psychic practitioners. Therefore, if they are lazy during cultivation, Yi Chen will never interfere too much. Fine, none of them disappointed Yi Chen. In this way, Yi Chen can convince himself to better teach them how to practice. Time passes slowly. Today's Yi Chen has finally ushered in a harvest day. Every once in a while, the system's voice will sound in Yi Chen's mind. Sister Sha's power index was detected and exceeded 1,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained an intermediate treasure chest. Quote. Jin Baosen's power index was detected and exceeded 1,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained an intermediate treasure chest. Quote. The Axe's power index was detected and exceeded 1,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a low-level treasure chest. Quote. Ding Xiaoyu's superpower index was detected and exceeded 1,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a top-notch treasure chest. Quote. As the school bell rang, Yi Chen has obtained a total of 11 treasure boxes from the system. Among them, there are 4 top-level treasure chests, 1 high-level treasure chest, 3 intermediate treasure chests, and 3 low-level treasure chests. In such a situation, the smile on Yi Chen's face almost never disappears. After asking all the students to stop practicing, Yi Chen said hello to Tian Xin and then turned around and left. Really, Yi Chen, what do you mean? Looking at the back of Yi Chen leaving, Tian Xin couldn't help but feel a little frustrated, and her heart was filled with helplessness. After knowing Yi Chen's evaluation of herself, Tian Xin naively thought that Yi Chen also had feelings for her. However, when in contact with Yi Chen never showed anything special. This made Tian Xin start to wonder, is he really not attractive at all? The other side, after leaving school, Wang Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu wanted to celebrate Wang Dedong. After all, Wang Dedong's combat power index exceeded 10,000 points, which is no small matter. However, Wang Dedong thought for a moment and still rejected the two brothers' proposal. During this period of practice, he was very tired when he came home every day. Because of this matter, Wang Dedong's parents have asked him several times. In the end, Wang Dedong prevaricated every time. Today, because there was no weeding to do, Wang Dedong was in good spirits. Therefore, Wang Dedong planned to go home early to dispel his parents' worries. With this idea, after Wang Dedong and Wang Arthur separated, they returned directly to their homes. Ha, dear son, you are in good condition today. Why, didn't you go to help today? Looking at his son in front of him. A flash of surprise flashed across Zhang Mei's face, but it quickly turned into a smile. Although Wang Dedong's appearance has not changed at all. However, with Zhang Mei's strength, he could see the difference in Wang Dedong. Her Wang Dedong's combat power index actually exceeded 10,000 points. To know, when Wang Dedong went out this morning, his combat power index was still stuck at the 10,000 point mark. But now Wang Dedong's combat power index is close to 11,000 points. If Zhang Mei hadn't controlled himself in time, he would have screamed out. Mom, didn't I say that? The school is renovating the activity venue, so I'm just asking you to help. The renovation was completed yesterday, so I won't be so tired today. That's right, Mom. What's our dinner today? I heard Zhang Mei's inquiry. Wang Dedong scratched his head and replied with some embarrassment. In order to cover up his previous fatigue, he always used the school renovation as an excuse. But, because he lied to his parents, Wang Dedong was always a little uncomfortable. Therefore, Wang Dedong quickly changed the topic and did not want to continue to struggle with this matter. Haha, your mother has prepared a big meal for you today. Go back to your room and wash up, then you can start eating. At this moment, Wang Tianyang came over, patted Wang Dedong on the shoulder, and said with a smile. As the former king of killers, his perception of power is even more obvious. The moment Wang Dedong walked into the house, Wang Tianyang discovered Wang Dedong's breakthrough. That's why he took the initiative to speak, wanting to temporarily drive Wang Dedong away. Good, Mom and Dad, I'm going back to my room first. Hearing what Wang Tianyang said, Wang Dedong didn't hesitate at all and nodded directly to agree. Then, Wang Dedong walked straight towards his room with pulsating steps. The child's father, Dedong, suddenly became stronger. Is there really no problem? After Wang Dedong left, there was a worried look on Zhang Meili's face. As early as a few days ago, the couple discovered that Wang Dedong's combat power index was getting stronger every day. Therefore, they directly used their power to investigate the truth of the matter. Finally, they found Yi Chen. Yi Chen, the class teacher who parachuted into the ultimate class 1, was actually teaching students how to practice. Moreover, they have never heard of Yi Chen's method of teaching students cultivation. Therefore, after Wang Dedong fell asleep every night, they would check Wang Dedong's body. After confirming that there is no problem with Wang Dedong's body, they pretended not to know about this and allowed Wang Dedong to continue practicing with Yi Chen. But now, Zhang Meili was frightened by Wang Dedong's breakthrough. Although, Zhang Meili already knew that Wang Dedong would soon break through the 10,000 point mark. However, she never thought that as soon as Wang Dedong broke through the 10,000 point mark, his combat power index would approach 11,000. Will such a terrifying improvement really not affect Wang Dedong's future? Golden time and space. After dinner, let's go check it out again. If Yi Chen dares to hurt Dedong, no matter who he is, I will not let him go. I heard Zhang Meiwei's inquiry. Wang Tianyang's expression was serious, and his whole body exuded a strong murderous aura. His Dao-crazy organization has already started investigating Yi Chen. Only, something unexpected happened to Wang Tianyang. Yi Chen's information is very clean. Before becoming the class teacher of the ultimate class, Yi Chen is an orphan, with no relatives alive and no worries. His life from childhood to adulthood was almost entirely inseparable from the subsidies from above. But despite such a living environment, Yi Chen obtained a doctorate degree at the age of 23. Even judging by Wang Tianyang's eyes, we must admit that Yi Chen is a genius. But, what's unexpected is, Yi Chen refused many high-tech jobs and instead became the class teacher of the ultimate class. And, after becoming the class teacher of Ultimate Class 1, Yi Chen seems to have become a different person. He first showed a strong combat power index and conquered all the students in the Ultimate Class 1. Later, he even took the initiative to teach the students in the Ultimate Class 1 how to practice. The most important thing is that Yi Chen uses too many unknown methods in the process of teaching students. For example, energy-suppressing bracelets. After Wang Dedong fell asleep, Daobui studied the energy-suppressing bracelet more than once. But, a few days have passed. The sword ghost still can't figure out what is the principle of the energy-suppressing bracelet. Therefore, in Daofeng's eyes, Yi Chen is a very mysterious existence. Daofeng wouldn't want to confront Yi Chen if he didn't have to. After all, the couple has withdrawn from the world and just want to live quietly. But, if Yi Chen dares to hurt Wang Dedong, even if he risked his life, he would still make Yi Chen pay a heavy price. Go, 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 put away your murderous aura. Dedong is still at home, what do you want to do? Looking at Wang Tianyang, who was filled with murderous intent, Zhang Meili patted his arm and said angrily, "They have been hiding from Wang Dedong for so many years because they don't want to cause trouble. Now, the truth of the matter has not been clarified, but it cannot be exposed now." Haha. Hear Zhang's beautiful words. Wang Tianyang smiled, dissipating the murderous aura around him, and became a kind father again. The other side. After leaving Bara High School, Wang Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu came to the bar street. Although, Wang Dedong rejected their proposal to celebrate. However, after Wang Arthur's persuasion, Ding Xiaoyu still came along. Xiaoyu, are you saying that this arrogant guy won't be tired if he acts at home every day? As Wang Arthur walked, he complained to Ding Xiaoyu. He really couldn't imagine Wang Dedong pretending to be a good baby at home. After all, in Wang Arthur's impression, Wang Dedong is an extremely arrogant existence. Clever. This has nothing to do with Wang Dedong at all. Probably not. Home is the warmest place. Dedong should be happy if he behaves well around his parents. Hearing Wang Arthur's inquiry, a look of envy flashed across Ding Xiaoyu's eyes. He has not seen his mother since he was a child, and his father is a musician who drinks alcohol all the time. Therefore, Ding Xiaoyu has always been extremely eager to feel the warmth of home. Home is a sacred harbor. Sorry, Xiaoyu, I didn't mean to trigger your memories. We're at the place, let's go in and have some fun. Wang Arthur was stunned for a moment, then showed a hint of apology. As Ding Xiaoyu's brother, he naturally knows Ding Xiaoyu's situation. Although, he had no intention of exposing Ding Xiaoyu's scar. However, reminding Ding Xiaoyu of the past still made Wang Arthur a little embarrassed. Therefore, Arthur Wang immediately pointed to the bar not far away, trying to divert Ding Xiaoyu's attention. Ding Xiaoyu smiled and was about to say something. Sudden, a tyrannical wave of combat power erupted from the alley beside the two of them. In an instant, Wang Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu's expressions became solemn. A combat power index of over 10,000 points. Interesting. I've wanted to have a fight with Big Madman since he broke through. I didn't expect that when I went out to play casually, I met another master who exceeded 10,000 points. Wang Arthur's face showed a strong fighting spirit. Arthur Wang still didn't agree with what Yi Chen said. He never thought that he could not defeat someone whose combat power index exceeded 10,000 points. After all, he is King Arthur, and a challenge to a higher level is nothing at all. Arthur, be careful, this guy is coming for us. Ding Xiaoyu frowned and reminded Wang Arthur. After feeling the opponent's combat power index, Ding Xiaoyu began to sense the surrounding situation. Almost instantly, Ding Xiaoyu realized that the other party had locked onto the two of them. However, Ding Xiaoyu couldn't figure out who the other party was and why he was targeting them. That's better. Wang Arthur showed a smile and walked straight into the alley. Ding Xiaoyu followed Wang Arthur silently, carefully observing the surrounding situation. When the two came to a corner, a ghostly figure appeared in front of Wang Arthur in an instant. Next moment, a fist containing more than 10,000 points of combat power went straight to King Arthur's face. Fine, King Arthur is already prepared. With a combat power index of 9,999 points, it erupted from Wang Arthur's body. Arthur Wang quickly raised his hand and punched the opponent, completely exchanging injuries for injuries. Pity. Wang Arthur's thoughts were instantly seen through by the other party. The man in black chuckled and changed the direction of his fist. Boom. The two fists collided in midair. King Arthur took a step back. The man in black swayed and teleported away, leaving only Wang Arthur and his two figures behind. Arthur, are you okay? Ding Xiaoyu took a step forward and expressed concern to Arthur Wang. The previous changes came too suddenly. In addition, the man in black walked away with one strike, leaving no thought of fighting. Therefore, Ding Xiaoyu had no time to take action, and the other party had already left. I'm fine. If I'm not wrong, this guy should be Co-2 on the Co-list. Villain. Cowardless. Feeling some numbness in the fist. Arthur Wang's face looked a little ugly, and he said in a contemptuous tone. Although he was not injured in the previous confrontation, he did lose to the opponent. But even so, Wang Arthur still looks down on this guy who hides his head and shows his tail. I don't even dare to have a formal fight. Such a person, even if he has over 10,000 points of combat power, is still just a waste. Golden time and space. An abandoned construction site. Rex stopped and removed the covering from his face. How so? Wang Arthur's strength is actually so strong. Rex's face was gloomy and he cursed in a low voice. In his imagination, Wang Arthur was definitely no match for him. However, his previous fight with Arthur Wang could essentially be regarded as a sneak attack. However, even in the case of a sneak attack, he did not hurt King Arthur. This made Rex very unhappy. Especially the combat power index exploded by Arthur Wong made Rex feel a little threatened. 9,999 points. Although, the combat power index of 9,999 points cannot be compared with the combat power of over 10,000 points. However, Arthur Wang's combat power index has become stronger, which may affect his subsequent plans. Yi Chen, you deserve this, Yi Chen. If it weren't for him, how could King Arthur become so strong? Quote. A cold murderous intent flashed in Rex's eyes. He is a truly smart man and never fights an uncertain battle. Therefore, on the second day after returning to China, he began to investigate the information about the Ultimate Class 1. From the information obtained from the investigation, Rex discovered the existence of Yi Chen. The new class teacher of the Ultimate Class 1 is a very mysterious and strong man. Moreover, after the other party became the class teacher of the ultimate class, he actually took the initiative to teach students to practice and become stronger. It is precisely because of this. Only then did King Arthur's strength reach what it is today. Fine, blessed among misfortunes. If I know Wong Arthur's strength in advance, I can change my plan in advance. Otherwise, if I take on Wong Dedong rashly, I'm afraid I'll fall into a big mess. After a while, Rex gradually calmed down and murmured in a low voice. His return to China this time was entirely for Wong Dedong. Since Wong Arthur is so difficult to deal with, what about Wong Dedong after he becomes stronger? Has Wong Dedong's strength already exceeded the 10,000 point mark? If this is really the case, then things will become very troublesome. Good. You are indeed more cautious. If the person you are attacking is Wong Dedong, then you can't leave so easily. After all, Wong Dedong's current strength is much stronger than yours. Sudden, a smiling voice sounded in Rex's ears. Who? Rex froze and instantly went into alert mode. He is a Ko-2, and his combat power index is as high as 10,000 points. Someone actually spoke directly into his ear without him knowing. How can this be? Most importantly, what does the other person mean by what they say? Is Wong Dedong stronger than me? Are you kidding me? Even if Wong Dedong's combat power index really broke through the 10,000 point mark, Rex will not think that Wong Dedong is more powerful than himself. He knows Wong Dedong very well and has already prepared many means to deal with Wong Dedong. Once he fights Wong Dedong, the final winner must be Rex. Rex-san, there's no need to be so nervous. Teacher just wants to chat with you in advance. After all, you're going to be transferred to the Ultimate Class 1 tomorrow, aren't you? Looking at Rex, who looked wary, Yi Chen slowly walked out of the shadows and said with a chuckle. After he left the wasteland, he met the principal Qian Lai again. Qian Lai didn't say much, he just gave Rex's information to Yi Chen and said that he would be transferred to the Ultimate Class tomorrow. As a time traveler, Yi Chen certainly knows the details of Rex. Therefore, Yi Chen gave up the idea of going home and secretly followed Wong Arthur and the two. In the original trajectory of destiny, the day before he transfers to another school, Rex will secretly attack Arthur Wong to test his strength. Yi Chen wants to know, with his own intervention, will Rex still be like this? Finally, Rex showed up and attacked King Arthur secretly. Only, different from the original destiny trajectory. Because Arthur Wang's strength became stronger, he easily blocked Rex's sneak attack. This made Yi Chen feel a little relieved. Wong Arthur has lived up to his teachings these days. Finally, Yi Chen followed Rex to the abandoned construction site in front of him. You are Yi Chen. After seeing Yi Chen's appearance clearly, a look of fear flashed across Rex's eyes. Since he has investigated Yi Chen, he naturally knows what Yi Chen looks like. Therefore, after seeing Yi Chen, he immediately knew Yi Chen's identity. This made Rex's mood suddenly become less beautiful. Before I even started to implement my plan, my true identity was revealed by my class teacher. In such a situation, how else could he transfer to the ultimate class and seek revenge against Wong Dedong? Rex-san, although you haven't transferred to the ultimate class 1 yet. However, as a student who is about to enter school, it is not polite to call the teacher by his first name. Yi Chen looked at Rex in front of him, but he was very satisfied in his heart. Rex, like Wong Dedong and the other three, are potential top-notch power walkers. Therefore, Even if Yi Chen knew that Rex had gone astray, he could not turn Rex away. After all, most of Rex's problems come from his weapon, the Hand of Ares. Just peel off the Hand of Ares from Rex's body. With Rex's cleverness, he will quickly discover the problem and restore it to normal. And this is also the purpose of Yi Chen taking the initiative to show up. No way. The reason why Yi Chen chose to coach the Ultimate Class 1 was to cultivate superpowers. Therefore, Yi Chen has neither the interest nor the time to watch an internal fight scene directed by Rex. You want me to call you class teacher? Knowing that it was me who attacked Wang Arthur, you still allowed me to transfer to another school. So, class teacher, do you mean that you won't expose my identity? Hear Yi Chen's words. Rex was stunned for a moment, then showed a faint smile. Although, he didn't know what Yi Chen was thinking. However, Yi Chen's attitude is obvious and will not prevent him from transferring to the ultimate class. This discovery made Rex feel a lot better. Certainly. As long as you can beat me, I'll even pretend I've never met you. Classmate Rex, what do you think of my proposal? Yi Chen also laughed. He didn't say much to Rex. After all, Rex has now been affected by the Hand of Ares. Trying to reason with a demonic person is just trying to talk to a cow and has no meaning at all. It's better to just knock Rex down and take away his Hand of Ares. Wait until he returns to normal before having a good talk with him. Ah, really? I knew it wasn't that simple. In that case, let me try, how capable you are. Rex smiled to himself. The Hand of Ares appeared and wrapped tightly around Rex's arm. Next moment, waves of strong demonic energy flowed into Rex's body along Ares's hand. The body is filled with demonic energy. The expression on Rex's face instantly became crazy. And Rex's combat power index climbed crazily due to the increase in demonic energy. 9200.10862.12698. Golden time and space. Abandoned wasteland. Is this the Hand of Ares? It doesn't look like much. Even the demonic nature in it is not as powerful as imagined. Hey, Rex, you disappoint the teacher a little. Just such a thing actually made you lose your mind. Looking at the Hand of Ares in his hand, Yi Chen shook his head, with a disappointed look on his face. Rex was completely possessed, and his combat power index reached a maximum of 14,000 points. However, in front of Yi Chen, this power is not enough. Therefore, it only took Yi Chen less than a minute to get Rex to lie down smoothly. And this is because Yi Chen took Rex into consideration and kept his hands on everything. If Yi Chen doesn't care, he can kill Rex completely in one move. You. Hear Yi Chen's sarcasm. Rex, who was lying on the ground, had an extremely ugly expression. Being possessed by the Hand of Ares will not cause Rex to lose his memory. Therefore, Rex clearly remembered the entire process of his fight with Yi Chen. In front of Yi Chen, he was like a child, without the slightest threat. And Yi Chen just waved his hand a few times, and he was so painful that he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Finally, he could only watch helplessly as Yi Chen snatched away the Hand of Ares from him. Just grab it. After taking his weapon away, he still mocked himself. This made the always proud Rex almost die of anger on the spot. How? Not convinced. Rex, you have a great talent. In the days to come, you will definitely encounter more things related to magic. When that happens, you will know how bad you are after being affected by Ares's hand. Looking at Rex, whose eyes were spitting fire, Yi Chen smiled nonchalantly and said calmly, Rex's supernatural physique is not as strong as Wang Dedong's when encountering the strong. However, Rex's cultivation talent is no worse than Wang Dedong's, and is even stronger. Once Rex grows up smoothly, he will definitely become the top powerhouse in golden time and space. When that time comes, even Rex himself will laugh at himself for being affected by Ares's hand. This, I see. Class teacher, thank you. Hear Yi Chen's words. Rex gradually calmed down and thanked Yi Chen. Without the influence of Ares' hand, he has slowly regained some sanity. Therefore, he quickly discovered that something was wrong with him in the past. Although, because of Anqi's relationship, he does have some opinions on Wang Dedong. However, Rex can guarantee that he has never thought of dealing with Wang Dedong. However, after getting the Hand of Ares, He seemed to have changed into a different person. Not only was he ruthless, but he also had the idea of killing Wang Dedong. Thinking about it now, Rex shudders. That's not him at all. There is no way he would treat his brother who he grew up with like this. Rex, how did you get the Hand of Ares? Just when Rex felt guilty, Yi Chen's voice sounded in Rex's ears again. Class teacher. It's not that I found the Hand of Ares. 2 months ago, when I first woke up, the Hand of Ares was beside my bed. I didn't want to pay attention to something of unknown origin at first. But, I don't know why, but I wore it inexplicably, and I have continued to wear it until now. Quote. Hear Yi Chen's inquiry. The expression on Rex's face gradually became serious. Now of course he knows that he is being plotted. However, he couldn't figure out who was plotting against him. Really, a look of understanding flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. He has already guessed who is plotting against Rex. Besides Black Dragon, the boss of Golden Time and Space, who would do such a thing? As for why the Black Dragon did this, the reason is simple. The combination of heaven and demon practiced by Black Dragon will eventually need to devour other monsters in order for his demonic skills to be perfected. Although, the sword demon in the stone that devoured King Arthur was the Black Dragon's first choice. However, how could the cautious Black Dragon not make other preparations? Therefore, the Black Dragon secretly sent the Hand of Ares to Rex. Even if Rex wears the Hand of Ares, it may be the Black Dragon causing trouble. That's it. What if something goes wrong with King Arthur's sword in the stone? Then, the possessed Rex is the Black Dragon's second choice. Rex, the Hand of Ares is not for you. The teacher will keep it for you temporarily. In addition, I'm very measured in my actions. With your physical fitness, you can recover in 1 night. Tomorrow, remember to report to the ultimate class on time. After figuring everything out, Yi Chen slowly turned around, waved with his back to Rex, and left. Ah, class teacher, you're just going to leave me here. No, you at least want to send me home, right? Looking at the back of Yi Chen leaving, Rex was stunned for a moment, then shouted. He is a wounded person now, even standing up is difficult. However, Yi Chen didn't pay any attention to Rex's shouting. It wasn't until Yi Chen left for a long time that Rex slowly stood up and limped toward home. Asshole, where can there be such a teacher? Quote. The other side, Wang Tianyang tiptoed and quietly walked out of Wang Dedong's room. The child's father, how about it? Is Dedong's body okay? Zhang Meili whispered and asked Wang Tianyang. Although, she added something to the meal at night, which caused Wang Dedong to fall into a deep sleep. However, Wang Dedong's current combat power index has exceeded 10,000 points. Zhang Meili couldn't guarantee whether talking loudly would wake up Wang Dedong. Do not worry, Dedong's body is fine, and his combat power index has actually exceeded 10,000 points. I can even feel that his combat power is slowly increasing. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation in all my years of wandering around the world. It seems that Dedong's current class teacher is more mysterious than we imagined. I heard Zhang Meiwei's inquiry. Wang Tianyang frowned and replied with some incomprehension. Although, there was no problem with Wang Dedong, which made Wang Tianyang feel relieved. However, Wang Dedong's continuous strengthening has also aroused Wang Tianyang's curiosity. Continuously getting stronger, Zhang Meimei was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to think of something. I should know what's going on. Golden Time and Space. The child's father. I should know how Dedong's combat power has improved. Zhang Meili quickly realized something and murmured softly. Oh, what happened? Wang Tianyang was stunned and asked curiously. Of course he wanted to know clearly when it related to his son. Do you remember the energy-suppressing bracelet? It's the bracelet Dedong brought back a few days ago. I've tested it, and this bracelet has a very special ability. Wearing this bracelet for a long time can subtly improve your physical fitness. Dedong's physical fitness is much stronger now than before. So, Dedong's combat power index will only usher in a phased explosion after it exceeds 10,000 points. Zhang Meili spoke slowly and explained to Wang Tianyang. As the combat power index continues to increase, the body will continue to become stronger. Vice versa, as your body becomes stronger, your combat power index will also become stronger. Wang Dedong failed to break through the 10,000 point barrier before. No matter how strong Wang Dedong's physical fitness becomes, his combat power index will not continue to increase. Now, with Wang Dedong's successful breakthrough, his combat power index will naturally skyrocket in an instant. It will not be until his combat power index catches up with his physical fitness that it will gradually stabilize. Care leads to chaos. How could I forget this? After listening to Zhang Meiwei's explanation, Wang Tianyang shook his head and smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. Correct, the child's father. Since Dedong's combat power index has exceeded 10,000 points ahead of schedule, then Dedong's next practice should also start in advance. At this time, Zhang Meili touched Wang Tianyang next to him, with a worried look on his face. Although the couple has retired from the world, they no longer care about those troublesome things. However, they still care about their only son, Wang Dedong. Therefore, they have already formulated a corresponding training plan for Wang Dedong. And Wang Dedong's combat power index has exceeded 10,000 points, which is the prerequisite for starting this plan. Wait a little longer. You know it too. My best martial arts moves all contain terrifying killing intent. If Yi Chen doesn't become Dedong's class teacher, it would be a good idea for Dedong to inherit my legacy. But Yi Chen showed up. If he really wants to teach Dedong how to practice, he can't fail to see Dedong's problem. Perhaps Dedong, this mysterious class teacher, is more suitable to teach Dedong than me. Wang Tianyang was silent for a moment and shook his head gently. In his original plan, when Wang Dedong's combat power index exceeded 10,000, he would find an opportunity to teach Wang Dedong. Indeed, because of an accident in his early years, his combat power index is no longer at its peak. However, Wang Tianyang is still very confident in controlling his own combat power index and performing martial arts moves. If he personally trains Wang Dedong, he will definitely turn Wang Dedong into a master. But, the appearance of Yi Chen made Wang Tianyang hesitant. Because Wang Tianyang knew very well that his son was very different from himself. He, Wang Tianyang, has been in the world since he was a child, and he is a ruthless killer. Wang Dedong, on the other hand, grew up in a warm family, so he may not be suitable for the martial arts style of a killer. Therefore, Wang Tianyang is ready to wait and see again. If Wang Dedong can find his own path under the guidance of Yi Chen, then, Wang Tianyang is not going to interfere with Wang Dedong's growth. Right, the child's father. Let's find some time to meet Dedong's teacher. If he can really teach Dedong well, we can't lose our etiquette. Zhang Meimei nodded and started to agree. In fact, she has never wanted Wang Dedong to inherit her husband's mantle. Even though Zhang Mei knew in his heart that his husband's mantle was very powerful. However, she still doesn't want Wang Dedong to take this path. After all, no one can guarantee whether Wang Dedong will follow Wang Tianyang's old path after inheriting Wang Tianyang's mantle. Good. Villa. After leaving the abandoned construction site, Yi Chen returned directly to his villa. Because of Rex, I wasted so much time. It seems that I am really a qualified teacher, but I actually squeezed my rest time for the sake of my students. Yi Chen sat beside the bed with a proud expression on his face. As for the fact that he left Rex at the construction site and went home without caring about it. Excuse me, Yi Chen has already forgotten it. System. Come out to work. Open the 4 low-level treasure chests first. After a while, Yi Chen's expression gradually became serious, and he gave instructions to the system in his mind. He has not forgotten that he received 11 system reward treasure chests today. If he hadn't been held back by other things, he would have opened these treasure chests long ago. Opening the first low-level treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have gained 200 power index points. Opening the second low-level treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have received 5 million in cash. The third low-level treasure chest is being opened for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have gained 500 power index points. Yi Chen's voice just finished. The system's voice sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Really, the rewards from low-level treasure chests are average. Hear what the system says. A look of disappointment flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. Although, he had already guessed that there was nothing good that could be found in a low-level treasure chest. However, the rewards in the low-level treasure chest still made Yi Chen feel a little uncomfortable. 700 points of supernatural power index. Yi Chen only needs to sign in for a period of time to get it easily. 5 million in cash. Yi Chen signed in with enough cash, so he was not short of money at all. Never mind. Continue. Open the 3 intermediate treasure chests. Yi Chen shook his head and spoke to the system again. The rewards for mid-level treasure chests should be richer than those for low-level treasure chests, right? Opening the first intermediate treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have gained 1000 power index points. Opening the second intermediate treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the combat skill, Fuhu Fist. The third intermediate treasure chest is being opened for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the combat skill, Divine Wind Step. Quote. Golden time and space. Villa. Fuhu Fist. After practicing to perfection, the power index can be increased by 2000 points. When used in battle, the power index can be temporarily increased by up to 1000 points. Divine Wind Step. When you practice to perfection, you can increase the power index by 1000 points, and improve the speed and dodge of the Power Walker. Although they are both combat skills. But the power of Fuhu Fist is obviously stronger than that of Divine Wind Step. Look at the information on the light curtain. A look of surprise flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. This is the first time Yi Chen has received a combat skill award. However, after a brief surprise, Yi Chen began to think about it secretly. Fuhu Fist, after being practiced to perfection, can increase the power index by 2000 points. Moreover, using Fuhu Fist in battle can temporarily increase the power index, up to 1000 points. As for the Divine Wind Step, after the cultivation is completed, it can only increase the power index by 1000 points. Moreover, using the Kamikaze Step in battle cannot increase the power of the Supernatural Walker. Between the two, it's a matter of judgment. System. Do martial arts and combat skills also have levels? In order to verify my conjecture, Yi Chen could only speak in his heart and ask the system. Host. In the evaluation of this system, Kung Fu, combat skills, and supernatural powers are all divided into 1 to 9 stars, as well as God level. 1 star is the weakest, 9 stars are the strongest. Above 9 stars, it is a God level. For example, the Kamikaze Step, obtained by the host is a 2-star combat skill, and the Fuhu Fist is a 3-star combat skill. And the host teaches students the supernatural skills. The Little Light Technique and the Little Dark Book are 3-star powers. Fire control, water control, lightning control, earth control, and wind control are 2-star abilities. Hear Yi Chen's inquiry. The voice of the system soon sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Is that so? For future rewards, remember to remind me of their levels. Yi Chen nodded and then reminded the system. Good. The system replied. Continue. Open the advanced treasure chest. Yi Chen sorted out his mood and said with some anticipation. In the ultimate class, there is only one potential high-level psychic walker, Jian. Therefore, compared to other levels of treasure chests, high-level treasure chests are the rarest rewards. Therefore, Yi Chen couldn't help but be a little curious, what good things can be found in high-level treasure chests. Opening a high-level treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have received a bottle of restoration pill. The system's voice just finished. The light curtain in front of Yi Chen began to change. Resurrection pill. A bottle of 9 pills can dispel all abnormal conditions and help creatures quickly recover to their peak. All abnormal conditions, possession, severe injuries, and curses can all be dispelled. Look at the information on the light screen. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and asked curiously. It's all okay. After taking the restoration pill, even the depleted superpowers in the body will quickly return to their peak. The system answered patiently. Good stuff. In many cases, this is another life. After getting the exact answer from the system, Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and there was a look of excitement on his face. Don't look at Yi Chen when he taught Rex a lesson, saying that it was embarrassing for Rex to be affected by Ares' hand. However, Yi Chen knew very well in his heart that the 12 time and space were full of changes. The supernatural practitioners of the White Way are often attacked by demons or demonized people, and are even infected with demonic nature. For example, 10 years of knife madness, isn't it just a conspiracy? And with the restoring pill, Yi Chen doesn't need to worry about emergencies. Pursue the victory. System. Open those 4 top treasure chests too. Yi Chen took a deep breath and spoke without hesitation. These are the last 4 treasure chests. This is also Yi Chen's most precious treasure chest so far. I hope some good things can be found in these 4 treasure chests. The first top treasure chest is being opened for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have gained 3000 power index points. Opening the second top treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the 6-star combat skill, Destruction in All Directions. The third top treasure chest is being opened for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the second volume of Hunyuan Creation Record. The fourth top treasure chest is being opened for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a high-level magic weapon, the Mountain and River Fan. Buzz. The system's voice just finished. The light curtain in front of Yi Chen began to change again. Destruction in All Directions, a 6-star combat skill, when practiced to perfection, can increase the ability index by 5000 points. When used in battle, the ability index can be temporarily increased by up to 4000 points. Hunyuan Creation Record. 12 time Space God level exercises are divided into 9 volumes in total. Only those who have perfected the Hunyuan Treasure Book can practice this exercise. Mountain and River Fan, a high-level magic weapon in 12 time and space. During the period, an exclusive weapon spirit will be bred. Those who are recognized by the weapon spirit can increase their power index by 3000 points by holding the Mountain and River Fan. The second volume of Hunyuan Creation Record. A top-notch treasure chest can actually contain god-level techniques. Look at the information on the light screen. Yi Chen's face instantly showed an expression of excitement. He really didn't expect that the second volume of Hunyuan Creation Record would be published. Isn't this god-level skill an exclusive reward for the super treasure chest? Did not expect. It can also be found in top treasure chests. Calm down. Yi Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. No matter what, he has now obtained the second volume of Hunyuan Creation Record. This means that top-level treasure chests can also unlock rewards from super treasure chests. This means that it is not as difficult as imagined to collect the complete Hunyuan Creation Record. Think of this. Yi Chen's face showed a happy look again. Then, Yi Chen turned his attention to the other 3 rewards. The first is the power index of 3000 points. No need to say more about this, it directly improved Yi Chen's strength. The second is, all directions are destroyed. So far, this is the strongest combat skill Yi Chen has obtained. As long as you practice destruction in all directions to the perfect state, you can increase your power index by 5000 points, which is even more powerful than the first reward. Especially during battle, destruction in all directions can temporarily increase the power index by 4000 points. This made Yi Chen's strength take a qualitative leap directly. Finally, there is a high-level magic weapon, the Mountain and River Fan. Golden Time and Space. Villa. Shan Fan. Compared to Greedy Wolf Blade, it is indeed much weaker. Is this the difference between top-level magic weapons and high-level magic weapons? Looking at the information of Shan Fan, Yi Chen frowned and thought in his heart. According to the system's evaluation, the Mountain and River Fan is a high-level magic weapon that can increase the power index by 3000 points. The Greedy Wolf Blade is a top-notch magic weapon that can increase the power index by 5000 points. It is clear, there is also a hierarchy among the divine soldiers. The higher the level of the magic weapon, the stronger the power it has. System. How are the weapons of the 12 space-times divided? In order to clarify the differences between weapons, Yi Chen spoke in his heart and asked the system. In the years to come, Yi Chen will definitely obtain more weapons. Only by thoroughly understanding these weapons can Yi Chen make better arrangements. Host. The weapons of the 12 spacetimes are divided into 3 major levels. Supernatural weapons, divine weapons, magic weapons, divine weapons. First of all, the super weapon. Superpower weapons refer to weapons that can be used by superpowers. However, there is no spirituality or magic in supernatural weapons. So, most of the superpower weapons will only increase the lethality of the superpower walker, but will not increase the superpower index. According to the difference in lethality, it is divided into 4 smaller levels: low level, intermediate, high level, and top level. Next is the divine weapon, demon weapon. Magic soldiers have spirituality, and magic soldiers have demonic nature. The use of magical weapons, magic weapons, by supernatural walkers can increase the supernatural power index of the supernatural walkers. And divine weapons and magic weapons are also divided into 4 sub-levels: low level, intermediate, high level, and top level. Low-level magic weapons, when used to their full potential, can increase their ability index by up to 1,000 points. Intermediate-level magic weapon, when used to the extreme, can increase the power index by up to 2,000 points. High-level magic weapons, when used to the extreme, can increase the power index by up to 3,000 points. A top-notch divine weapon, full of spirituality, has given birth to a weapon spirit, which can increase the power index by up to 5,000 points. Compared with the divine weapons, the demonic nature among the demon soldiers is even more cruel, and they don't care about the master's condition at all. Therefore, the ability index that a magic weapon can improve is often stronger than that of a magic weapon of the same level. If you use the magic soldiers, you can't completely suppress the magic soldiers. Then, the master of the magic weapon will eventually lose his mind and even be controlled by the magic weapon. The last thing is the artifact. An artifact can also be called a regular weapon. For example, Taikei Wuji of Iron Time and Space can control the natural power of a time and space. It is extremely powerful. Quote. Yi Chen's voice just finished. The system's voice sounded in Yi Chen's mind. As a system, unless it involves those inexplicable limitations. Otherwise, the system is an all-powerful existence and can naturally answer Yi Chen's questions. Is that so? I see. System, withdraw rewards. Listen to the system's explanation. Yi Chen took a moment to memorize this information. Then, Yi Chen spoke again and gave instructions to the system. Rewards are being distributed to the host, please wait. The next day, as the morning sun shines into Yi Chen's room, Yi Chen, lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. System, sign in. Yi Chen, who had just opened his eyes, said this almost instinctively. After traveling to the ultimate universe for so long, he had already regarded the daily sign-in as a habit. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 27 points of supernatural power index. The next moment, the voice of the system sounded in Yi Chen's mind. System, open my attribute panel. Yi Chen slowly sat up and said to the system again. Buzz. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, a transparent light curtain appeared in front of Yi Chen. Name, Yi Chen. Identity, Class Teacher of Ultimate Class 1. Superpower Index, 34,029. Kung Fu, Hunyuan Collection, 7 stars. Combat Skills, 10 Directions Annihilation, 6 stars. Subduing Tiger Fist, 3 stars. God Wind Step, 2 stars. Superpowers, Small Light Technique, 3 stars. Small Dark Technique, 3 stars. Fire Control Technique, 2 stars. Treasures, Demon Sealing Spear, Special Treasure, Greedy Wolf Blade, Top Magic Weapon, Mountain and River Fan, High-Level Magic Weapon, Hand of Ares, High-Level Magic Weapon, Rejuvenation Pill. Teaching Targets, Tian Xin, Wang Dedong, Wang Arthur, Ding Xiaoyu. Looks good. Not bad. Looking at the information on the screen, Yi Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. When withdrawing the reward, something unexpected happened to Yi Chen. 10 Directions Annihilation, Subduing Tiger Fist, God Wind Step, these 3 combat skills Yi Chen obtained after they were instilled into Yi Chen's mind by the system. Yi Chen, with the power of the system, directly cultivated them to the state of perfection. With the perfection of the 3 combat skills, Yi Chen's own ability index instantly climbed by 8,000 points. You know, Yi Chen already has an ability index of more than 22,000 points. Among the 11 treasure chests, Yi Chen obtained another 3,700 points of ability index. Now, the 3 combat skills have been cultivated to the state of perfection, and the ability index has increased by another 8,000 points. Finally, all the rewards have been collected. Yi Chen's ability index has directly reached 34,002 points. Such a terrifying improvement makes Yi Chen have a smile on his face when he sleeps. So, even if he only got 27 points of ability index when signing in this morning, Yi Chen doesn't care at all. With my current strength, even if I encounter a black dragon that has become a demon, I don't have to be afraid at all. If I use the demon sealing gun, I may even have a chance to kill the other party. For now, I can be as careless as I want in the golden space. But, to be safe, I still need to practice the Hunyuan treasure book to the second level as soon as possible. After a while, Yi Chen touched his chin and murmured in a low voice. For Yi Chen, the golden space is just the first step for him to become a strong man. He will never allow himself to fall in the golden space because of being too careless. Bara High School, Class A, Boss, Cheng Kun, who is ranked 10th on the co-list, only has 5,500 points. How about we find a time to steal his position? In this way, you are the new Co-10, and Brother Li Dedong has also followed suit. Belinda sat next to Sister Shaw and suggested softly. As Sister Shaw's little follower, she certainly knows Sister Shaw's strength. Under Yi Chen's guidance, Sister Shaw's combat power index has now reached 5,650 points. If Sister Shaw challenges KO-10, she definitely has a high chance of winning. After all, when Yi Chen taught them how to practice, he also taught them some fighting methods. Getting closer to Dedong, hearing Linda Bai's suggestion. Sister Shaw originally wanted to refuse. The reason is simple. The reason why her combat power index increased so quickly. It's because Sister Shaw spent a lot of time practicing after school. Therefore, she didn't want to waste her time on challenging Dolly Jun. However, Linda Bai's last words made Sister Shaw very moved. Her feelings for Wang Dedong are no longer a secret. However, no matter what methods she uses, she can't seduce Wang Dedong. If you become Co-10, so, can Wang Dedong pay more attention to himself? Yes, boss, Cheng Kun is so weak. What qualifications does he have to be a Co-10? It's better for you to be the Co-10 and tell him to get out of here. I saw some signs of Sister Shaw being moved. Taozi on the side also spoke in agreement. Like Linda Bai, she is Sister Shaw's little follower. Only, the two of them are different from followers like Axe, Big Spicy and Little Spicy. Before Yi Chen became the class teacher of the ultimate class, Taozi ranks 14th on the co-list, with a combat power index of 4,500 points. Linda Bai ranks 15th on the co-list, with a combat power index of 4,400 points. Now, under the tutelage of Yi Chen, the combat power index of Taozi and Bai Linda has exceeded 5,000 points. Therefore, they naturally want to move their rankings upwards. Finally, they set their sights on KO-11's Dailijun. No way, the higher up the co-list, the greater the gap in combat power. KO-11 Dailijun, combat power index 5,000 points. KO-10 Cheng Kun, combat power index 5,500 points. KO-9 Kai Yiling, combat power index 6,000 points. With the strength of the two of them, the most they can do is defeat Dolly Jun. That's why they encouraged Sister Shaw, hoping that Sister Shaw would defeat Cheng Kun and become the new Co-10. That's it. These two followers can also follow Sister Shaw and challenge the masters at the top of the co-list. This is indeed a good idea. Then find an opportunity and let Co-10 replace him. After thinking for a moment, Sister Shaw finally agreed. In her heart, Wang Dedong always comes first. Although, she doesn't know if Wang Dedong will take a second look at her after she becomes Co-10. However, as long as there is a little hope, she is willing to give it a try. Extra, something big happened. Sudden, Jin Baosen's voice came from outside the corridor. The people, who were a little noisy at first, immediately looked towards the door. The students in Class 1 are already very familiar with this situation. Really, next moment, Jin Baosen rushed into the classroom, his face full of excitement. Everyone, I heard some big news. Just last night, the God of War ranked second on the co-list appeared. According to insiders, as soon as the God of War appeared, he fought against our King Arthur. It's just that no one knows the final outcome. Because I have the combat power index again. Now Jin Baosin can no longer breathe when walking. Therefore, when I saw all the classmates, they were all staring at me. Jin Baosin didn't even think twice and directly told the news he knew. This was news that he had finally found out, so of course he had to show it off. Ko-2, real or fake? Did Ko-2 really appear? Brother Dong's combat power has just exceeded 10,000 points, and Ko-2 appears. Hey, no one cares. Did King Arthur win? Quote. When Jin Baosin finished speaking, all the students in the Ultimate Class 1 started talking. Because of Wang Dedong's relationship, they already know how powerful it is to break through 10,000 points. Therefore, they are naturally very interested in this mysterious Ko-2. Just at this time, Wang Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu walked into the classroom one after the other. In an instant, the whole classroom fell silent again. Everyone's eyes were directed towards Arthur Wang. When I saw that there were no injuries on Arthur Wang's body, the students in the ultimate class had a look of curiosity on their faces. Arthur Wang and Ko-2. Who won in the end? King Arthur. I heard that you met Ko-2 last night. How about it? Have you already lost to the opponent? How about I ask my man to help you flatten him? Sister Xia spoke first and started teasing Wang Arthur. She has always disliked the arrogant King Arthur. Now, with such a good opportunity, of course she wanted to mock Wang Arthur. Woman, you underestimate me, King Arthur. Although, that guy's punching power is very powerful. But he didn't really defeat me, King Arthur. If we have a serious fight, it's not certain who will win and who will lose. Hear Sister Xia's sarcasm. He was looking at his classmates who were all staring at him. A sneer appeared on the corner of Wang Arthur's mouth, and he spoke lightly. Indeed, he collided with Ko-2's fists and couldn't help but take a step back. However, that is because of the Ko-2 sneak attack, not a head-on battle. Therefore, even though the punches in Ko-2 were powerful, Wang Arthur was shocked. However, with Wang Arthur's pride, he would not think that he is inferior to the other party. Who is stronger? You have to fight hard to find out. Real or fake? Narcissist, have you really met Ko-2? Wang Dedong's figure appeared next to Wang Arthur, asking questions with curiosity on his face. When he was in the corridor, he heard the chatter in the classroom and even heard Wang Arthur's answer. This made Wang Dedong immediately interested. No way. After the combat power index exceeded 10,000 points, Wang Dedong wanted to find someone to have a good fight with. However, the current combat power index of Wang Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu has not exceeded 10,000 points. The strongest person Wang Dedong knows is their class teacher Yi Chen. Fight with Yi Chen? Are you kidding me? Wang Dedong wanted to fight, but he didn't want to be beaten. Therefore, Ko-2, whose combat power index also exceeds 10,000 points, is naturally the best opponent. Chapter 41. Bara High School. Class A. Arrogant. I know what you're thinking. But, I think you may be disappointed. The so-called Ko-2 is just a villain. He clearly has a combat power index of over 10,000 points, but he likes to carry out sneak attacks. Forget it about sneak attacks. After the sneak attack failed, he actually turned around and ran away. So, if you want to fight with him, it's not that simple. After all, with his timid nature, it's basically impossible for him to fight you head-on. Looking at Wang Dedong beside him, Arthur Wang sighed, and then started to complain. If it is possible, he also wants to have an upright fight with Ko-2. However, whenever he thinks of the scene last night, Wang Arthur feels very headache. He really couldn't understand why such a villain could have a combat power index of over 10,000 points. What? No way. Ko-2, is he actually this kind of person? Quote. As Wang Arthur's words fell, everyone in the ultimate class started talking one after another. Wang Dedong on the side looked at Arthur Wang in disbelief. He really couldn't accept that Ko-2, who was ranked higher than himself, could be such a person. Dedong, Wang Arthur didn't lie. Unless Ko-2 shows up, you can't find him. Ding Xiaoyu stepped forward and patted Wang Dedong on the shoulder. He has also seen Ko-2 with his own eyes, so naturally he has his own opinions. In Ding Xiaoyu's opinion, Ko-2 is really hard to describe. Forget about a sneak attack. He actually covered his appearance for fear that others would recognize him. In such a situation, it is really not easy for Wang Dedong to fight Ko Tu. Why, never mind, if that's really the case. I don't need to fight him anymore. Let's go back to your place, it's time for class soon. Hearing Ding Xiaoyu's words, Wang Dedong shook his head and walked towards his position with some frustration. Wang Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu shook their heads and slowly walked toward the back of the classroom. As for the rest of the ultimate class, although they were still a little hard to accept, they didn't say anything more. After all, Wang Dedong was right. It's almost time for class. For today's ultimate class, no one dares to cause trouble in class. The reason is simple. No one wants to delay their afternoon practice because of the morning class. After a few minutes, the class bell rang. Tian Xin's figure quickly walked into the classroom. When Tian Xin walked to the podium, she did not start teaching directly. Rex, you can come in. In the eyes of everyone's confusion, Tian Xin smiled and waved to the door. As the former class teacher of the ultimate class, she naturally knows about Rex. Although, Yi Chen has already informed Yu Tianxin of Rex Ko2's identity in advance. However, in Tian Xin's heart, Rex is still a very good student. Therefore, Tian Xin is very happy that Rex has returned to the ultimate class. What, Rex? Rex is back, Tian Xin just finished speaking. Except for Wang Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu, everyone else in the ultimate class had a look of surprise on their faces. Especially Wang Dedong. After hearing Rex's name, he couldn't help but stand up and quickly looked towards the door. Next moment, Rex, wearing school uniform, slowly walked into the classroom. With a faint smile on his face, he walked straight to Tian Xin. Dedong, fellow students, I'm back to accompany you to class. Rex's eyes swept over everyone one by one, and finally settled on Wang Dedong. After a night of buffering, his sanity has completely returned. Therefore, when he saw Wang Dedong, he even felt a little happy in his heart. Fine, Yi Chen woke him up in advance. Otherwise, if he really hurt Wang Dedong, he would probably feel guilty and uneasy for the rest of his life. Rex, what's wrong with you? Where did the injury on your face come from? Did someone hit you? Tell me who it was. Wang Dedong's figure instantly appeared next to Rex, and he asked worriedly. He was still immersed in the joy of Rex's return. However, when he saw Rex's face clearly, endless anger immediately appeared in his heart. Because his old brother Rex, who he had grown up with, still had a lot of bruises on his face. Under such circumstances, Wang Dedong naturally cannot remain indifferent. Yes, Rex, don't be afraid. Whoever dares to bully Rex, I will kill him. Quote. The students in the ultimate class also said indignantly. In their hearts, although Rex can't fight, he is the ultimate strategist of the first class. Therefore, they were naturally not happy to see Rex being beaten. Tian Xin opened his mouth, but nothing came out. She knew exactly where the bruises on Rex's face came from. After all, Yi Chen didn't hide Rex's situation when he revealed Rex's Ko2 identity. Among them, there was the incident where Rex was possessed by a demon and only recovered after being beaten by Yi Chen. Only, look at the angry crowd. Tian Xin didn't know how to speak, so she could only look at Rex. Feel Tian Xin's gaze. The corners of Rex's mouth twitched slightly. When Yi Chen hit him, he had indeed spared no effort. Therefore, after a night of training, Rex's condition has returned to its peak. Only the bruises on his face never dissipated. Rex knew very well that this was Yi Chen's intention. As a smart man, of course he could guess Yi Chen's purpose. Yi Chen wanted to tell him to face his inner thoughts and admit his identity as soon as possible. But, even if I could guess Yi Chen's purpose, I would still be grateful to Yi Chen. However, whenever he thinks of the bruises on his face, Rex is still full of resentment. Hitting someone is not a slap in the face. A slap in the face hurts self-esteem. He has a great Ko2, doesn't he want to lose face? Dedong, the bruises on my face were left by the class teacher. If you really want to avenge me, then go find the class teacher. You are the third-ranked expert on the list. You shouldn't be afraid of the class teacher, right? Bara High School, Class A. What, is it the class teacher? Hear Rex's answer. Wang Dedong froze on the spot, looking at Rex in disbelief. He really didn't expect that the injuries on Rex's face were actually caused by Yi Chen. Even Wang Dedong is like this. The other members of the ultimate class are naturally even more miserable. Especially the student who had made arrogant remarks before quickly lowered his head and pretended to be an ostrich. It's just that they are very curious in their hearts. Isn't Rex a good student? How could a good student be beaten by the class teacher? To know, except for the day when the class teacher tests their strength. In the following days, the class teacher never touched them. No, Rex, why did the class teacher hit you? After a while, Wang Dedong came back to his senses and asked quickly. Today, Wang Dedong has completely recognized Yi Chen as the class teacher. In Wang Dedong's mind, it is absolutely impossible for Yi Chen to hit anyone at will. Otherwise, these students from the ultimate class 1 would have been beaten to the point of crying for their fathers and mothers. However, Rex is the brother he grew up with. Rex was beaten by Yi Chen, and Wang Dedong couldn't ignore it. So, he wanted to find out if there was any misunderstanding. Hear Wang Dedong's inquiry. Tian Xin, who was on the side, gradually stopped smiling and looked at Rex seriously. After learning about Rex, she didn't think that Rex was a bad student. Because Yi Chen also said that it was the hand of Ares that controlled Rex. But whatever the truth of the matter is, Rex, under the control of Ares, did indeed do a lot of wrong things. For example, being cruel to others, or even sneaking up on King Arthur. Therefore, Tian Xin wants to know if Rex has the courage to admit his previous mistakes. Dedong, what I'm going to say next. You'd better be mentally prepared. Quote. Rex took a deep breath and his expression became serious. The moment he walked into Bara High School, he knew what he was going to face. For all this, Rex didn't even think about escaping. Wrong is wrong. Now he still has a chance to make up for everything. What, Rex, what do you want to say? Don't worry, if it's the class teacher's fault, I will definitely stand by you. Looking at Rex's serious expression, Wang Dedong was stunned for a moment, thinking that Rex had been wrong, so he quickly offered his assurance. However, not everyone is as partial to Rex as Wang Dedong. Most of the students in the ultimate class 1 were silently waiting for Rex to speak. Before they knew the truth of the matter, they still had great trust in Yi Chen. Especially Wang Arthur, who is sitting at the back of the classroom. Light rain, this matter is definitely not that simple. The class teacher beats Rex, there must be a reason that we don't know. Looking at Rex on the podium, Wang Arthur narrowed his eyes and said to Ding Xiaoyu. The moment I saw Rex, Arthur Wang overlapped Rex with the Rex who attacked him last night. Only, Rex returned to normal, the smile on his face was so sincere. As a result, Arthur Wang himself was wondering if he was a little paranoid. But now, I heard that the injury on Rex's face was caused by the class teacher. The speculation previously denied by Arthur Wang appeared in his mind again. Maybe, it's just that he doesn't look like a bad guy. Hearing what Wang Arthur said, Ding Xiaoyu was silent for a moment, then sent a message to Wang Arthur and replied. His perception is very keen and he can often find many things that are wrong. However, the feeling that Rex gave Ding Xiaoyu was very sincere, without the slightest bit of falsehood. Therefore, Ding Xiaoyu didn't say much, but silently waited for Rex to explain. Dedong, do you still remember the first time we met? At that time, we accidentally offended a group of senior students. That was the first time you fought to protect me. It was also that day that you awakened your combat power index. But you probably don't know that. On that day, I also awakened my combat power index. Only, although I practice at home, I really hate fighting. So, I have never used my combat power index, let alone fought with anyone. Until 2 months ago, a weapon that was used to plot against me appeared in front of me. Quote. Under the gaze of everyone, Rex spoke slowly and told everything. He said something about hiding his combat power index. He talked about his experience of being influenced by Ares's hand, fighting like crazy, and becoming Ko-2. He also told the truth about how he attacked Wang Arthur last night and wanted to plot against Wang Dedong, but was woken up by Yi Chen. Everything. Rex said it without reservation. Silence. Everyone in the ultimate class fell into silence. This. After a long while, Wang Dedong gradually came back to his senses, with a look of disbelief on his face. Then, as if he remembered something, he turned and walked towards the back of the classroom. Looking at Wang Dedong's leaving figure, Rex showed a self-deprecating expression and closed his eyes in pain. Right, I have done so many wrong things. No matter how good my relationship with Wang Dedong is. Wang Dedong couldn't forgive himself right away. Arthur. Rex is my brother I grew up with. About what happened last night, I apologize to you on behalf of Rex. If you still don't feel relieved, feel free to take it out on me, and I will take full responsibility for it. Next moment, Wang Dedong's voice rang in Rex's ears. Rex opened his eyes suddenly and looked in Wang Dedong's direction. At this moment, Wang Dedong lowered his head in front of Wang Arthur, as if he was at Wang Arthur's disposal. Arrogant. I'm proud, not stingy. What happened to Rex is not his fault. Looking at Wang Dedong in front of him, Arthur Wang pushed him angrily and said in a faint tone. He is not a fool. He knows Rex's situation and cannot completely blame Rex. For example, after he removed the sword locking stone of the sword in the stone, he would also fall into that state. Therefore, after learning about Rex's situation, Wang Arthur felt a sense of sympathy in his heart. Under such circumstances, it is naturally impossible for Arthur Wang to blame Rex. But, Rex, don't forget it, you still owe me a fight. Arthur Wang's voice changed, with a hint of expectation in his tone. Rex, who is not affected by Ares, will definitely have a good fight with him. Rex laughed. He looked at Wang Arthur and gradually became aware of it. King Arthur, I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. But if you want to fight, I won't let you go. Quote. Bara High School. Classroom office. I'm furious. Tian Xin walked into the office angrily and came straight to Yi Chen. What's wrong? Looking at Tian Xin beside him, Yi Chen showed a puzzled look and asked softly. Yi Chen, I'm telling you, you have to take good care of Rex and King Arthur. In the first class, the two of them said they wanted to have a good fight. I thought the two of them were joking. As a result, when I announced that school was over, they actually went to the rooftop. I'm furious. This is a school. If they want to spar, don't they know how to change the place? Quote. Hear Yi Chen's inquiry. Tian Xin spoke angrily and started talking to Yi Chen. After Rex revealed his identity, all the students in the ultimate class chose to understand Rex. After all, they all know that Rex's loss of control has a lot to do with the hand of Ares. Now that Rex has been woken up by Yi Chen, then, they are naturally willing to accept Rex and regard him as a member of the ultimate team. Tian Xin is very pleased with this situation. However, after readmitting Rex, Arthur Wang directly challenged Rex. Not only Arthur Wang, but also Wang Dedong. Even Ding Xiaoyu, who hates fighting the most, showed a somewhat emotional expression. Because he is also a supernatural practitioner, Tian Xin is no longer as resistant to their discussion as before. She just didn't expect that Wang Dedong and the others were so impatient that they started fighting in school. To know, school has always been a sacred place. Fighting in the school, the impact is really bad. So this is it does not matter. Don't you know about the students of Ultimate Class 1? Although they did some mischief, they didn't have any bad intentions. Not to mention, Wang Arthur did feel a little wronged last night. Let them have fun today. Hear Tian Xin's words. Yi Chen shook his head and said with a smile. He had long felt that Rex and Arthur Wang had soared their combat power index on campus. However, Yi Chen had no idea of intervening in this situation. The reason is simple. Appropriate competition will also be of some benefit to supernatural practitioners. As long as Rex and King Arthur don't engage in a real life and death battle, Yi Chen will treat it as if he doesn't know. Tian Xin was stunned by Yi Chen's words. After she came to her senses, she was about to continue saying something. Yi Chen's voice rang again. Let's go. The morning classes are over. How about we go have a meal together? Rooftop. Interesting. Your combat power index clearly does not exceed 10,000 points. But the power you burst out can actually compete with me. Looking at Wang Arthur not far away, there was a solemn look on Rex's face. He and Wong Arthur have been fighting for more than 10 minutes. During this period of time, Rex didn't hold anything back. However, no matter how hard Rex tried, he could not take down King Arthur. Although, as early as last night, Rex knew that King Arthur was very strong. However, in Rex's opinion, once he gets serious, he will definitely be able to defeat King Arthur. Did not expect. Reality slapped Rex hard. Before Wong Arthur's combat power index is exhausted, he really can't defeat Wong Arthur. The most important is, throughout the whole battle, King Arthur did not take out the sword in the stone. To know, now Rex has lost the hand of Ares. If King Arthur takes out the sword in the stone, with Rex's current situation, he might even be defeated at the hands of King Arthur. This is something Rex is not willing to accept, although he doesn't like fighting. However, he is also a very proud person. Therefore, it is naturally impossible for him to admit that he will be inferior to others. Ho, ho. Rex, you win this time. Ko2's name will be kept by you for the time being. Next time, I will definitely defeat you and become the new Ko2. Hear Rex's words. Arthur Wong gasped for air, and then replied to Rex. In the previous battle, except for the sword in the stone, he had tried his best. Although, with all his firepower, he can tangle with Rex for a while. However, Wong Arthur could clearly feel that his physical strength was losing crazily. Just over 10 minutes, King Arthur has no way to continue fighting. Rex, on the other hand, felt much more relaxed and still had enough energy to continue fighting. This also made Arthur Wong understand that Rex was really stronger than himself. At least, it is absolutely impossible to defeat Rex until his combat power index exceeds 10,000 points. As for using the sword in the stone, Wong Arthur's pride does not allow Wong Arthur to do this. After all, Rex had already said before that his hand of Ares was taken away by Yi Chen. Before Rex gets a new weapon, it's impossible for King Arthur to use the sword in the stone to deal with him. It's my turn. Rex, try fighting me again. After my combat power index exceeded 10,000, I haven't really made a move yet. Seeing Wong Arthur admit defeat, Wong Dedong quickly stepped forward and shouted to Rex with excitement on his face. Finished. Wong Dedong's body glowed with a fiery red light. Just a breath of time. He directly increased his combat power index to over 10,000 points. Dedong, Rex already had a fight. It's unfair to Rex that you are fighting with Rex now. Why don't we go eat first? In the afternoon, I have to go to the wasteland to practice. If you want to compete with Rex, you will have plenty of time in the future. Quote. Ding Xiaoyu stopped Wong Dedong and said helplessly. Although Arthur Wong admitted defeat, it also consumed a lot of Rex's energy. Even if Rex can continue fighting, he won't be able to show his true strength. In this situation, the battle between Wong Dedong and Rex has no meaning at all. Yes, forget it. Rex, let's fight next time. Hearing Ding Xiaoyu's words, Wong Dedong was stunned for a moment, then put away his combat power index and greeted Rex. Good. Rex smiled and nodded slightly. However, a look of anticipation flashed across Rex's eyes. He is looking forward to the battle with Wong Dedong. At the same time, he was also looking forward to how the class teacher would teach him how to practice in the afternoon. Bara High School. Wasteland. Instruct other students to practice their own powers after surgery. Yi Chen called Rex to a deserted place alone. Rex, how does it feel to be yourself again? Looking at Rex in front of him, Yi Chen smiled and asked softly. As the power index increases, Yi Chen's perception becomes more and more sensitive. Regardless, Yi Chen can clearly sense that although Rex does not have the hand of Ares. However, Rex's combat power index was not only not affected, but actually increased. The reason is simple. When Rex got the hand of Ares, his combat power index had already exceeded 10,000 points. And after he obtained the hand of Ares, he became obsessed with the power of the hand of Ares and neglected his own cultivation. Now, without the influence of Ares' hand, he has naturally returned to the original track. It's still a bit unaccustomed to it in such a short period of time. However, compared to that crazy state, I still like myself better now. Only, hear Yi Chen's inquiry. Rex was silent for a moment, then answered. Talking and talking. Rex was silent again. In his heart, there is still some unwillingness. However, in front of Yi Chen, he didn't know whether to say it or not. Only, you still want to fight Wang Dedong. Otherwise, you can't get rid of the grudge in your heart. Looking at Rex, who was hesitant to speak, Yi Chen directly revealed Rex's thoughts. As a time traveler, he is very aware of the conflict between Rex and Wang Dedong. Or, from beginning to end, Wang Dedong didn't know about this. Only Rex always remembers what happened when he was a child. Class teacher, who are you? In front of you, I feel like I have no secrets at all. Rex was stunned for a moment, then gave a wry smile. Rex can guarantee that he didn't know Yi Chen at all before yesterday. However, Yi Chen obviously knows himself and even knows himself well. This makes Rex feel crazy. The most important thing is, what Yi Chen said is right. Deep in Rex's heart, he always had the idea of having a fight with Wang Dedong. This thought has been tormenting Rex for many years. For Rex, Wang Dedong is his good brother who he grew up with. However, Angel's matter is another thorn in Rex's heart. If Wang Dedong knew about this, Rex wouldn't be so entangled. Exactly. Wang Dedong doesn't know anything. This is the reason why Rex wanted to fight Wang Dedong, but never took action. Who am I? Am I not your class teacher? Rex. This morning, the teacher got some news. Next week, a girl named Anchi will be transferred to the ultimate class. What do you think? The smile on Yi Chen's face did not diminish, and he said seemingly casually. Yi Chen was naturally prepared for Angel's arrival. Therefore, when he received the notice from Qian Lai, Yi Chen was not surprised at all. In fact, Yi Chen also wants to see what kind of magic power this Anchi has. What qualifications does she have to create a gap between Wang Dedong and Rex? Especially Ding Xiaoyu. Yi Chen couldn't understand at all, why did Ding Xiaoyu fall in love with Anchi? Yi Chen just finished speaking. Rex's eyes suddenly opened wide, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He really didn't expect that Anchi would return to China and transfer to the ultimate class. This made Rex's heart, which had finally calmed down, become chaotic again. Rex, the teacher can only tell you. Before making any decision, you need to think it over for yourself. For example, do you really like Anchi, or is your feeling for Anchi actually just a childhood obsession and unwillingness? But, no matter what, the teacher recommends that you have a fight with Wang Dedong. After all, the idea of fighting Wang Dedong has almost become your obsession. Only by letting your thoughts flow through can you find your own path. Yi Chen patted Rex on the shoulder. Regarding Rex, Yi Chen is really optimistic about his future. However, today's Rex also has many shortcomings. When faced with many problems, Rex thought too much, and in the end even got into trouble. Therefore, he did not dare to face his truest thoughts until he came up with a perfect solution. But that's okay. Rex is a student of the Ultimate Class 1. As the class teacher of the Ultimate Class, Yi Chen doesn't mind giving him a push. Class teacher, I see. I will think it over carefully. Hear Yi Chen's words. Rex nodded and replied solemnly. In the past, he always subconsciously avoided some problems. But now, with Yi Chen clarifying all the problems, Rex can't find any reason to escape. It's really time to find an opportunity to explain the matter between him and Wang Dedong. Take it. I want to fight Wang Dedong. Your current strength is not enough. After all, Wang Dedong's combat power index has already surpassed yours. Fine. The things the teacher teaches during this period are not complicated. With your talent, as long as you work a little harder, you should be able to catch up. When that time comes, you can resolve the matter between you and Wang Dedong. Yi Chen took out an energy-suppressing bracelet and threw it into Rex's arms. Energy-suppressing bracelets are standard equipment for all students in the Ultimate Class 1. Now that Rex has become a student of the Ultimate Class 1, he can naturally get one. Class teacher, thank you. Then I'll go practice first. Rex put on the energy-suppressing bracelet without hesitation. Later, after saying hello to Yi Chen, Rex turned and left. After being transferred to the Ultimate Class 1, he learned about the ability of energy-suppressing bracelets from Wang Dedong and others. Even the content of Yi Chen's teachings during this period was clearly understood by Rex. The reason why he didn't start practicing directly was because he wanted to get Yi Chen's permission. Now, Yi Chen has taken out the energy-suppressing bracelet. Then, Rex naturally no longer has any scruples and can start practicing. About 8,000 points. Rex's talent is indeed better than Wang Dedong's. It's just that Wang Dedong has a strong physique, but he is not so easy to deal with. Looking at Rex leaving, the corners of Yi Chen's mouth raised slightly, revealing a faint smile. After Rex puts on the energy-suppressing bracelet, his combat power index can soar to 8,000 points. This is enough to prove that Rex's control of his own combat power is not inferior to that of Wang Dedong today. As long as he works harder, the battle between him and Wang Dedong will be very exciting. Certainly, no matter who wins in the end, Yi Chen doesn't particularly care. He just hopes that Rex and Wang Dedong can eliminate their conflicts. Only in this way can Yi Chen teach them better and get more rewards. Bara High School. Wasteland. Alright, that's it. The teacher has seen all the results of your cultivation these days. Have a good rest at home on the weekend, and you can start the next stage of practice next week. As the school bell rang, Yi Chen stopped everyone who was still practicing and said calmly. After saying that, Yi Chen didn't wait for anyone to say anything, then turned around and left. 3 days have passed since he enlightened Rex. In these 3 days, the person who made the most progress was Tian Xin. Tian Xin, although he rarely comes to the wasteland to practice. However, Tian Xin's talent is too strong. In just 3 days, Tian Xin's power index has approached 9,000 points. And with Tian Xin's breakthrough, Yi Chen also received a super treasure box. Maybe the system did this intentionally. In this super treasure box, Yi Chen obtained the 3rd volume of Hunyuan Creation Record. Although, this is not a big improvement for today's Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen is still very happy to get a volume of Hunyuan Creation Record. Except Tian Xin, it is Rex who has made the greatest progress. Before Rex accepted Yi Chen's teachings, he already had a combat power index of over 10,000 points. Therefore, it is natural to have a good grasp of these basic practices. After Rex, there are Arthur Wang and Ding Xiaoyu. The combat power index of the two of them has exceeded the 10,000 point mark one after another. Next is Wang Dedong, whose combat power has officially reached 11,000 points. And the other members of the Ultimate Class 1 have also made good progress. Even the person with the least talent has successfully mastered an elemental power. And this also allowed Yi Chen to obtain more than a dozen system reward treasure chests during this period. 2 top-level treasure chests, 3 mid-level treasure chests, and 7 low-level treasure chests. Yi Chen did not open all the treasure chests, but opened 2 top treasure chests alone. One of the top treasure chests revealed a fire attribute spell called Sky Fire Burns the World. The same level as Destruction in All Directions, Sky Fire Burning the World, is a 6-star superpower. After learning Heavenly Fire Burns the World, Yi Chen's power index only increased by 500 points. However, Yi Chen's large-scale lethality has greatly increased. Another top-level treasure chest revealed a high-level magic weapon. Because Yi Chen doesn't have any use for this high-level magic weapon. Therefore, Yi Chen gave this high-level magic weapon to Rex. No way. Who let Yi Chen steal the hand of Ares from Rex? As a class teacher, Yi Chen would not do anything by force. As for mid-level and low-level treasure chests, Yi Chen plans to save them for a while and then open them all at once. What if, as the number increases, what good things can be produced? The next stage of training. Great, I can finally learn something else. Hey, why do you need a holiday? Why don't you just start practicing right away? Quote. After Yi Chen left, everyone in the ultimate class started talking one after another. They can all clearly feel how strong they have become during this period. Therefore, no student complained and practiced hard every day. When they heard that Yi Chen was preparing to start the next stage of practice, they didn't even want to rest, they just wanted to start practicing as soon as possible. However, after this period of getting along, they also gradually understood Yi Chen's unerring character. Since Yi Chen has said it, practice will not start until next week. So, no matter what they do, they can't change Yi Chen's decision. Therefore, They can only pack up their belongings and prepare to leave the wasteland and go home. Dedong, can you stay here with me for a while? Rex walked to Wang Dedong's side and spoke softly. In the past few days, he has thought through many things clearly. Now, as long as he has a good fight with Wang Dedong, he can be himself again. Since next week, it's time to start the next stage of practice. Then, he will resolve the conflict between him and Wang Dedong today. Good. Hear Rex's plea. Wang Dedong was stunned for a moment, then agreed with a smile. Although, he doesn't know what Rex wants to do. But, Rex was the brother he grew up with. Of course Wang Dedong would not refuse Rex for such a trivial matter. Xiaoyu, let's stay for a while and then leave. Wang Arthur said to Ding Xiaoyu with a smile. In the past few days, Wang Arthur has gradually recognized Rex. Therefore, Arthur Wang soon discovered that something was wrong with Rex today. Therefore, he dragged Ding Xiaoyu to stay here and wanted to know what was going on. Good. Ding Xiaoyu nodded and agreed directly. For Wang Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu stay here. Rex didn't say anything, but stood quietly and waited. Time passes slowly. Soon, all the other members of the ultimate class left the wasteland. Only Rex, Wang Dedong, Wang Arthur, and Ding Xiaoyu were still standing at their original positions. Rex, all the students have left. Can you tell me now, what do you want from me? Wang Dedong was the first to speak and asked Rex. Although he is not very smart, he is not really a fool either. Therefore, he knew that there must be something going on when Rex asked him to stay. Wang Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu on the side also looked at Rex curiously. They also want to know why Rex is so abnormal today. Dedong, let's have a fight. Hear Wang Dedong's inquiry. Rex took a few steps to the side, chuckled and said. Ah, that's it. Rex, you're just asking me to fight, why are you so mysterious? Wang Dedong was stunned for a moment and then started laughing. After knowing that Rex was KO too, Wang Dedong wanted to compete with Rex. Only, after Rex fought with Arthur Wang, he always rejected Wang Dedong's proposals. This has always made Wang Dedong a little troubled. He even wondered in his mind whether he had offended Rex in some way. That's why Rex kept making excuses and didn't want to fight him. Wang Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu on the side had a look of confusion on their faces. In their opinion, Rex was so abnormal today, and it was definitely not as simple as wanting to compete with Wang Dedong. At this time, Rex's voice sounded in the three people's ears again. Dedong, the fight I'm talking about is not the sparring you imagined. If you still think of me as your brother, then use all your skills and fight with me seriously. Certainly, I will also go all out and never hold anything back. This battle is not over until two of us fall. Quote. Bara High School, Wasteland. Rex, what do you mean? Aren't you and the megalomaniac best friends? Hear Rex's words. Arthur Wang was the first to speak and asked Rex. If Rex just wanted to compete with Wang Dedong, Wang Arthur would certainly not care. However, Rex's attitude is obviously not as simple as wanting to learn from each other. Rex wanted to completely decide the outcome with Wang Dedong. This is a very dangerous thing. If something unexpected happens, both of them will be hit hard. As Wang Dedong's brother, Wang Arthur certainly cannot remain indifferent. Yes, Rex, what's wrong with you? Just a simple spar, don't do such dangerous things. Ding Xiaoyu also spoke and began to persuade Rex. He doesn't have many friends to begin with. And Wang Dedong and Rex are both recognized people. Therefore, he naturally does not want both Wang Dedong and Rex to suffer losses. Dedong, when I returned to Ultimate Class 1, I said something very important. But you probably didn't notice it. I said, the purpose of my return to the Ultimate Class 1 is to plot against you. Although, that's because Aries' hand has affected my relationship. However, if there is really no gap between the two of us, even with the influence of Aries' hand, I can't possibly plot against you. So, aren't you curious about what is the gap between the two of us? Because of that incident, I have been struggling for nearly 10 years. The class teacher woke me up. Now I have let go of that matter. But if I don't have a serious fight with you, I can't be your best brother. Quote. However, Rex ignored Wang Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu. He just had a smile on his face and stared at Wang Dedong intently. He has been struggling for too long, he just wants to have a serious fight with Wang Dedong. Only in this way can he convince himself and completely reconcile with his past self. Really, in Rex's heart, there is a complaint against the egomaniac. As Rex's words fell, a solemn look flashed in Wang Arthur's eyes. He is different from Wang Dedong. The day Rex revealed his identity, he thought carefully about Rex's words. Therefore, he had already guessed whether there had been any conflicts between Rex and Wang Dedong. Otherwise, how could Rex, who was influenced by Ares's hand, want to plot against Wang Dedong? Only, Wang Dedong is a heartless guy. And Rex, who had returned to normal, showed nothing unusual. That's why Arthur Wang selectively forgot about this matter. Did not expect. This was not forgotten by Rex. On the contrary, Rex made it clear directly that there was a gap between the two of them. That's it. As long as Wang Dedong still wants to be brothers with Rex, then, it would be impossible for Wang Dedong to refuse Rex's request. Moreover, Wang Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu are not qualified to interfere in their affairs. Good, Rex, I promise you. But after this fight is over, we are still brothers who grew up together. And you have to tell me the complete truth of the matter. Really, hear Rex say that. Wang Dedong immediately agreed and stated his conditions. He really couldn't understand why there was a gap between him and Rex. Fine, just finish this fight seriously. The gap in Rex's heart will disappear, and he will still be the Rex he knew before. Good. Hearing Wang Dedong agree to come down, the corners of Rex's mouth raised slightly, revealing a sincere smile. Then let's get started. The words just fell. Rex took off his energy-suppressing bracelet, and his whole body glowed with a burst of green light. 0.6892. 0.9213. 0.10862. 0.12034. In the blink of an eye, Rex soared his combat power index to 12,000 points. 12,000 points. Is this Rex's combat power index? Rex, when did you become so strong? Quote. Feel Rex's combat power index. Wang Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu both showed shocked expressions. Especially King Arthur. Today, his combat power index has exceeded 10,000 points. He is still thinking about finding another opportunity to compete with Rex. Did not expect. Rex's combat power index climbed to 12,000 points within 3 days. Wang Dedong took a deep breath. Next moment, a fiery red light enveloped Wang Dedong. 0.7926. 0.9823. 0.10687. 0.1460. Finally, Wang Dedong's combat power index stopped at around 11,500 points. Dedong, show all your strength. You have a special physique that makes you stronger when faced with a strong situation. It shouldn't just be like this. Tell you secretly, to have a good fight with you. In the past 3 days, I have worked harder than ever before. Since I said I won't hold back, I really won't hold back. If you dare to underestimate me, you will suffer a big loss today. Feel Wang Dedong's combat power index. Rex frowned and said with some displeasure. Then, under the gaze of 3 people, a burst of thunder flashed above Rex's right fist. The thunder spread along Rex's arm, and finally turned into a golden glove. 0.12121. 0.13452. 0.14122. As soon as the gloves appeared, Rex's combat power index climbed again, finally settling at around 14,000 points. The class teacher said that I am not suitable for the hand of Ares. So, he asked me to use this Thunder God's Fist as a weapon. Have to say, my compatibility with Thunder God's Fist is very good. Although I just got it, it can increase the combat power index by 2,000 points. Under such circumstances, Dedong, are you sure you still want to retain your strength? Looking at the 3 people who were stunned, Rex tightened his fists and then explained. The Fist of the God of Thunder, a high-level divine weapon, can increase the combat power index by up to 3,000 points. Pity, the time it took for Rex to get the Thunder God's Fist was too short. With the help of the Thunder God's Fist, the combat power index can be increased by 2,000 points, which is Rex's current limit. Good, then let's have a good fight. Wang Dedong took a deep breath and took out his dragon pattern sword from behind. This moment, Wang Dedong really regards Rex as an opponent who must be defeated. The physique that becomes stronger when encountering strength activates. The dragon pattern sword trembled slightly, constantly absorbing energy from the outside world. 0.11562. 0.13487. 0.14523. Bara High School. Wasteland. Bang, bang, bang. Two rays of light, one red and one green, were constantly colliding on the wasteland. This is the afterimage created by Wang Dedong and Rex's speed. These two guys. You actually surpassed me by so much without even realizing it. Looking at the two people fighting, the expression on Wang Arthur's face couldn't help but become a little ugly. After his combat power index exceeded 10,000, he was happy for a long time. He even thinks that he is now qualified to hit Ko 2. And now, whether it's Wang Dedong or Rex, the combat power index displayed by both of them exceeded 14,000 points. To know, even Ko 1 on the Ko list has a combat power index of only 12,000 points. This means that both Wang Dedong and Rex have surpassed Ko 1. But he, King Arthur, is happy about hitting Ko 2. This is absolutely unacceptable to the proud King Arthur. If only my right fist had no limits. Perhaps I can intervene in their battle. Pity. Quote. Ding Xiaoyu looked at his right fist, a look of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Although Wang Dedong and Rex are not allowed to interfere in each other's battle. However, as a good brother of the two of them, Ding Xiaoyu originally had the idea of intervening. At least, when one of them is about to be seriously injured. Ding Xiaoyu wants to help to avoid such a situation. And now, the combat power index of Wang Dedong and Rex is too strong. With Ding Xiaoyu's combat power index that just exceeded 10,000 points, there was no way he could squeeze into their fighting area. Want to intervene in their fight? Ding Xiaoyu asked herself if she had such ability. At the same time, regardless of whether it is Wang Dedong and Rex who are fighting, Wang Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu were still watching the battle. None of them noticed that two figures were standing on the top of the teaching building not far from them. These two kids, why did you really try your best? Watch Wang Dedong fight Rex. There was a worried look on Zhang Meili's face. She and her husband had already arrived near Bara High School. Originally, they wanted to find a chance to meet Yi Chen, who taught Wang Dedong, outside of school. However, Yi Chen never left school after school was over. That's why the couple entered Bara High School and prepared to talk to Yi Chen. However, they searched the entire school but couldn't find Yi Chen. On the contrary, it was Wang Dedong and Rex who attracted the couple's attention. After all, Bara High School is out. Why did Wang Dedong and the others stay in the wasteland if they didn't leave the school? Because there is some curiosity in my heart. They were on the roof of the teaching building, silently observing. This is a good thing. I don't want to admit it though. But Dedong's brain is indeed not as good as Rex's. As long as the two of them eliminate the gap and return to their best form. With Rex's temperament, it is impossible to see Dedong suffer in the future. Quote. Hear Zheng's beautiful words. Wang Tianyang shook his head, with a faint smile on his face. Although, they did not get close to Wang Dedong, Rex and others. However, with their combat power index, they can naturally hear Wang Dedong Rex's conversation clearly. Therefore, Wang Tianyang knew very well the reason why Wang Dedong Rex fought. Regarding this situation, Wang Tianyang is quite in favor. This situation of putting the problem on the bright side is much better than secretly fighting. After all, their son Wang Dedong is not a person who is good at using his brain. Snort. Of course I know this will turn out well. I'm just worried, afraid that these two children will get hurt. Zhang Meili snorted softly. Wang Dedong and Rex have been very good friends since childhood. Therefore, the couple naturally knew Rex very well. Even the combat power index that Rex had been hiding could not be hidden from them. Over time, in Zhang Mei's heart, he regarded Rex as his junior. Therefore, whether Wang Dedong was injured or Rex was injured, Zhang Meiwei was not willing to see it. Hey, with the blessing of Dragon Pattern Chao. Dedong's combat power index at this moment is approaching 15,000 points. Dedong will definitely continue to become stronger in the future. As he becomes stronger, fighting, injuries, etc. are all inevitable. But we don't need to worry. With the background of the two of us, even if Dadong is seriously injured, he can still recover. Hear Zheng's beautiful words. Wang Tianyang patted Zheng Meiwei on the shoulder and said calmly in a soft voice. The background of the couple is not simple. The first is Dao Crazy Wang Tianyang. Dao Feng's subordinates not only have Dao Feng's organization, but also the Human Imp Hospital. The Sword Crazy organization, the strongest killer organization in golden time and space, is a tool for making money crazily. A big hospital for human beings, a superpower hospital unknown to outsiders, with many magical methods. The second is that sword demon Zheng Meiwei. Zheng Meiwei had only one Ordnance General Administration under his command. But this Weapons General Bureau is not limited to the golden time and space, but spreads across 12 time and space, and its energy is extraordinary. Therefore, protect your son Wang Dadong. Wang Tianyang and his wife asked themselves whether they could still do it. Mr. Wang is right. You can't become a truly strong person by just practicing hard. Only by experiencing the baptism of war can we stand at the top of the 12 time and space. Sudden, a man's voice rang in the ears of Daofeng and Daofeng. In an instant, Wang Tianyang and Zheng Meili were slightly stunned. Teacher Yi, since you're already here, how about showing up and chatting? Next moment, Wang Tianyang's face showed a smile again. With his experience in the world, he can naturally guess who the person in the dark is. Didn't the reason why the couple came to Bara High School just to see each other? That's fine. The words just fell. Yi Chen's figure appeared in front of Wang Tianyang and his wife. Looking at Wang Tianyang and Zheng Meiwei in front of him. If Yi Chen hadn't been a time traveler, we wouldn't have been able to guess their true identities. Dao Crazy, the legendary king of killers. Sword Demon, the legendary mother of weapons. But now they are just like ordinary couples, with nothing outstanding about them. Bara High School. Rooftop. What a young man. Teacher Yi has reached such a state at such a young age. Wang Tianyang glanced around Yi Chen and said with some emotion. Although, his current strength is much weaker than at his peak. However, his eyesight is still there, so he can naturally see how powerful Yi Chen is. In Wang Tianyang's eyes, Yi Chen is not much different from him when he was at his peak. The most important is, he still felt a fatal threat in Yi Chen's body. Even if he is still in peak condition now, there is absolutely no way he can despise Yi Chen. I heard Wang Tianyang say this. Zheng Meili, whose face was beside him, couldn't help but change. As Wang Tianyang's wife, she knows her character very well. And Wang Tianyang's high evaluation of Yi Chen is enough to prove how strong Yi Chen is. So, when she looked at Yi Chen again, she became much more serious. Mr. Wang, thank you. Compared with Mr. Wang at his peak, I still need to work harder. Yi Chen smiled without showing any proud expression. When he saw Wang Tianyang and Zheng Meiwei, he recognized their identities. The reason is simple. As the tutor of the Ultimate Class 1, he has information about all students. Among these materials, there happen to be photos of Wang Tianyang and Zheng Meiwei. Therefore, Yi Chen didn't hesitate at all and let the system scan their information. Wang Tianyang's combat power index at his peak was as high as 42,000 points. In order to save Wang Dadong when he was a child, he once used the forbidden power the soul to save his life. Because of the sequelae of Yuanshan's life transfer, Wang Tianyang's combat power index dropped to 25,000 points. Zheng Meili, with a combat power index of 25,000 points. Compared with Wang Tianyang, Zheng Meiwei's combat power index is somewhat average. However, as the mother of weapons, Zheng Meili possesses a large number of treasures. Even a strong man with a combat power index of over 30,000 may not be able to defeat Zheng Meiwei. After knowing the information about the two of them, Yi Chen was silent for a long time. Because the strength of Wang Tianyang and Zheng Meiwei exceeded Yi Chen's expectations. In Yi Chen's imagination, Wang Tianyang should have had a combat power index of just over 30,000 at his peak. After using Yuanshan to save his life, Wang Tianyang became even weaker, with only about 15,000 points. Zheng Meiwei is also weaker, with a combat power index of about 20,000 points at most. But the system will not lie. Wang Tianyang and Zheng Meiwei are indeed stronger than Yi Chen imagined. Finally, it was the system that woke up Yi Chen. The place where Yi Chen is now is the real ultimate universe. There are naturally some differences between the real ultimate universe and the ultimate universe in Yi Chen's impression. In other words, even if Yi Chen is a time traveler, he knows a lot of information about the ultimate universe. However, the information he knows is sometimes wrong and cannot be trusted. It is precisely because of this. Only then did Yi Chen take the initiative to find Wang Tianyang and his wife. He wanted to talk to Wang Tianyang and his wife to learn about the real world. Interesting, Teacher Yi, you are more mysterious than I thought. It's just our first meeting, and you actually discovered that there's something wrong with my body. Hear Yi Chen's words. A vague light flashed in Wang Tianyang's eyes. He can be sure that he has never had a fight with anyone since he quit the world. In this situation, it is impossible for outsiders to know that he used his soul to save his life, which caused his combat power index to drop. So, how does Yi Chen know that his combat power index is not at its peak? Zhang Meili, who was on the side, also looked serious. And the way she looked at Yi Chen was even more wary. Once Yi Chen behaves inappropriately, she will never show any mercy. Ha, Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang. You don't need to be so nervous. I don't have any ill intentions towards you two, or even classmate Wang Dedong. I felt the changes in the attitudes of the two people in front of me. The smile on Yi Chen's face did not diminish, and he spoke softly to comfort him. If he really wants to take action against Wang Tianyang and Zhang Meili. In Wang Tianyang's current state, even with Zhang Meiwei's help, he cannot be Yi Chen's opponent. Teacher Yi, can I ask you a question? Why would a person like you want to be a high school teacher? Wang Tianyang was silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed softly and asked the doubts in his heart. After actually meeting Yi Chen, he realized how powerful Yi Chen was. Therefore, Wang Tianyang couldn't understand why Yi Chen became the class teacher of Wang Dedong and others. What unknown purpose does Yi Chen want to achieve with the help of Wang Dedong and others? Or is Yi Chen really in the game world, and the reason why he teaches Wang Dedong and others is just to pass the time? Why, perhaps, I don't want Jin Shikong to continue to be lonely. After all, compared with other time and space, the strength of golden time and space is too weak. Yi Chen glanced at Tianji and answered slowly. Of course, it is impossible for him to say anything about the system in front of outsiders. Since according to the arrangement of the system, he is a native of golden time and space. Then, he naturally can only use Jin Shikong as an excuse to cover up his behavior of teaching others to practice. Not to mention, compared to other time and space, Yi Chen likes the golden time and space more. And what Yi Chen does will indeed enhance the strength of Jin Shikong. Therefore, to a certain extent, Yi Chen's current answer is not a lie. I see. If Teacher Yi has nothing else to do, then we, husband and wife, will leave first. This kid Dedong doesn't know our identities yet. If he sees us here, he will have to find a way to hide it. Wang Tianyang took a deep look at Yi Chen. As a veteran, he would not trust Yi Chen so easily. However, thinking of what Yi Chen is doing now, Wang Tianyang has no way to refute Yi Chen. In this case, it is better to leave here first, wait and see in secret for a while, and then judge Yi Chen's purpose. Please, but a lie is still a lie. If it's not troublesome, Mr. Wang and Mrs. Wang, let's talk to classmate Wang Dedong. Otherwise, when classmate Wang Dedong knows the truth, it will only be even more difficult to accept. Yi Chen stretched out his hand in a gesture of invitation. He knew very well that Wang Tianyang did not believe him. This is normal. If Wang Tianyang directly believed Yi Chen, then something was really wrong. There is ample time. When Jin Shikong becomes really powerful, Wang Tianyang would naturally know that Yi Chen was not joking with him. Good. We, as a couple, will consider it. After leaving this sentence, Wang Tianyang took Zhang Meiwei and disappeared on the rooftop in an instant. Yi Chen slowly turned around and looked at the two fighting Wang Dedong. Wang Dedong, we are going to win. Bara High School. Wasteland. Ha, ha, ha. Rex was lying on the ground, breathing frantically. At this moment, he had a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, several bruises on his face, and was extremely embarrassed. Even the Thunder God's fist he put on his hand looked dim because it lacked the support of the combat power index. Compared to Rex, Wang Dedong was half squatting, and although his face was stained, it was not as serious as Rex. And his eyes were staring at Rex, revealing a worried look. Only, because he doesn't know yet whether this battle is over. Therefore, he could only watch from a distance and did not dare to approach Rex rashly. Otherwise, once Rex misunderstands something, he really doesn't know how to explain it. Wong Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu on the side were even more so. They witnessed this battle with their own eyes and knew how crazy Rex performed during the battle. Even at this moment, Rex has been knocked to the ground by Wang Dedong. However, they still did not dare to speak without authorization and announce the result of this battle. They are waiting, and they can only wait. Wait for Rex to admit defeat. In this way, the two of them can step forward to help. Ha ha ha. While the three of them were waiting, Rex used all his strength to turn over with difficulty, then looked up to the sky and laughed. In his laughter, there was a bit of pain, a bit of fun, and a bit of relief. Until quite a while later, Rex calmed down a little and looked at Wang Dedong. Dedong, you win. From today on, you are Ko-2. A sincere smile appeared on Rex's face. In the previous battle, he really tried his best. However, Wang Dedong's physique makes him stronger when he encounters the strong. It's really a foul. It was fine at first. There is not much difference in the combat power index between Rex and Wang Dedong. At that time, Rex could still barely suppress Wang Dedong with his superb moves. But, the longer the fight lasts, the higher Wang Dedong's combat power index is. And Rex became more and more uncomfortable with the beating. When Wang Dedong's combat power index reached 15,000 points. In front of Wang Dedong, Rex had no chance to fight back and could only resist with difficulty. When Wang Dedong's combat power index reached 15,500 points, Rex finally couldn't hold on anymore and was hit by Wang Dedong one after another, and finally fell to the ground. Hear Rex's words. Wang Dedong, Wong Arthur, and Ding Xiaoyu all breathed a sigh of relief. Next moment, the three figures appeared next to Rex in an instant. Wang Dedong sat directly next to Rex, with a happy look on his face. Honestly, Rex, you are really awesome. My combat power index was higher than yours from the beginning, but you suppressed me and beat me. Until the gap between our combat power index reaches thousands of points, I can completely defeat you. Wang Dedong had a happy expression on his face. Now he doesn't care about the KO2 title at all. All he knows is that the relationship between him and Rex can return to its best days. However, what Wang Dedong said, but it made Rex, Wong Arthur, and Ding Xiaoyu roll their eyes. Arrogant, are you showing off your combat power index? But, I remember the class teacher said that you don't have complete control over your physique, which makes you stronger when you are strong. Then in the previous battle, how could the combat power index you exploded keep breaking through the limit? Quote. Wong Arthur was the first to be unable to bear it any longer and started complaining to Wang Dedong. Because we practiced together every day. Wong Arthur knew very well that Wang Dedong's own combat power index was only about 11,500 points. However, in the previous battle, Wang Dedong's combat power index soared to 15,500 points. A total of 4,000 points of combat power index. Arthur Wong was really curious, how did Wang Dedong do it? It's not just Arthur Wong. Rex and Ding Xiaoyu also looked at Wang Dedong. The two of them also had the same doubts in their hearts. You said this. Since my combat power index exceeded 10,000 points, I started trying to master my own ability to become stronger when faced with the strong. How to say, it's a bit of a gain. Now, even if I don't face a strong opponent, I can still barely improve my combat power index. If I don't use the dragon pattern sword, I can only temporarily increase it by about 500 points by myself. After using the dragon pattern sword, my combat power index can be temporarily increased by about 3,000 points. If I face a difficult opponent, my combat power index will increase even more. Hearing Wong Arthur's inquiry, Wang Dedong looked at the dragon pattern sword in his hand and answered with a smile. In the past days, Wang Dedong rarely encountered masters stronger than himself. Therefore, Wang Dedong actually doesn't care much about his physique, which is stronger when faced with strength. Until Yi Chen appeared and belittled Wang Dedong severely. Wang Dedong finally realized that he had underestimated his own physique and his strong physique. After that, Wang Dedong tried every means in an attempt to completely control his physique, which became stronger when he encountered strength. Pity. Wang Dedong failed. Until his combat power index exceeded 10,000 points. Wang Dedong was surprised to find that he could barely control his special physique. Especially after pairing it with the dragon pattern sauce. He can even increase his combat power index by thousands of points in a short period of time. Only, because the time to obtain this means is too short. Even Rex, Wang Arthur, and Ding Xiaoyu don't know about this. Correct. Rex, you can tell me now. Where did I offend you in the past? Quote. After a brief explanation, Wang Dedong's voice changed and he asked Rex. He really couldn't understand why there was a conflict between himself and Rex. If he doesn't figure this out, he may not be able to sleep in the next few days. Yes, I really want to know too. Rex, what happened between you and the megalomaniac? Hear Wang Dedong's inquiry. There was a gossipy expression on Arthur Wang's face. He is quite interested in the gossip about his brothers. Ding Xiaoyu on the side, although he did not speak, looked at Rex with curiosity on his face. I felt the gazes of the three people. Rex was silent for a moment, then began to tell. Dedong, do you remember Angie? Quote. Bara High School. Wasteland. So, the conflict between the two of you can actually be traced back to elementary school. No way. It's really been nearly 10 years. Quote. When Rex finished speaking, Wang Arthur showed a shocked expression and started to complain without words. He really didn't expect that the conflict between Wang Dedong and Rex would be such a child's play. What is this? A murder caused by a piece of chocolate? And Angel in Rex's mouth. Is this woman really stupid, or is she pretending to be stupid? Treat gifts given to you as your own and give them to others. No one with any brain would do such a stupid thing. As for Wang Dedong, gave chocolate to Rex again. This is not surprising. After all, Wang Dedong is indeed a brainless guy. Ding Xiaoyu on the side also had a strange expression. Before Rex opened his mouth to explain, he had already thought of many reasons in his mind. However, he really didn't expect that there would be such a bloody thing between Rex and Wang Dedong. Rex, I really don't know. If I knew that piece of chocolate was given to Angel by you, there is absolutely no way I would do such a thing. Quote. Wang Dedong had an ugly expression on his face. As Rex explained, he finally remembered what happened when he was a child. At that time, I actually didn't care much about Anchi. The reason why he accepted the chocolate was because after Angel gave the chocolate, he turned around and left. Wang Dedong was helpless, because chocolate is one of the foods he has disliked since he was a child. Exactly. Rex appeared in front of Wang Dedong. Wang Dedong passed the chocolate to Rex without even thinking about it. Did not expect. It was such an unintentional move that caused Rex to struggle for so many years. This made Wang Dedong feel deep self-blame in his heart. If he had paid attention to Rex's reaction at that time, he might have been able to find something wrong with Rex. If he could find out something was wrong with Rex, could he explain it to Rex? Alright, Dedong, I've already said it. I am relieved now about what happened before. The class teacher is right. My feelings for Anchi are actually not what I call liking. That's just the throbbing of love and the obsession to make her care. The reason why I am fighting you is because I want to completely release the depression in my heart. Now that everything is over, the gap between us will naturally disappear. Looking at Wang Dedong at a loss, Rex smiled and said nonchalantly. Now he has really given up completely. Even if Anchi comes to the ultimate class, he will only treat Anchi as a good friend. As for other thoughts, instead of wasting time to please Anchi, he should seize the time to practice hard. After all, even he and Wang Dedong were brothers who grew up together. However, Rex doesn't like the feeling of losing. Losing to his brother also makes Rex a little unhappy. Hear Rex's words. Wang Dedong opened his mouth and wanted to continue saying something. Just at this time, Ding Xiaoyu took a step forward and stopped Wang Dedong. Dedong, let's stop talking. It's better to send Rex to the hospital first. Although Rex's injury is not serious, it's better to go to the hospital. In Wang Dedong's puzzled expression, Ding Xiaoyu pointed at Rex and said calmly. In Ding Xiaoyu's view, Rex himself no longer cares about the past. If Wang Dedong continues to talk, it will only make himself more distressed. This kind of thing is completely avoidable. It's better to send Rex to the hospital and let this matter end immediately. Yeah, Rex, I'll take you to the hospital. Ding Xiaoyu mentioned this. Wang Dedong also reacted and quickly said to Rex. Afterwards, Wang Dedong helped Rex and walked directly to the hospital. Wang Arthur and Ding Xiaoyu also followed Wang Dedong. Rex. Dedong, you have to be prepared. You should be able to see a surprise when school starts next week. Rex, who was being supported by Wang Dedong, had a smirk on his face. He knew very well what kind of state Wang Dedong was in when facing Enqi. Therefore, he was already ready to watch the show and would even record Wang Dedong's embarrassment. Ah, what surprise! Quote. Villa. Rex's unknot detected. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a top-notch treasure chest. The system's voice came to mind in Yi Chen's mind. Really, Rex unties the knot, and I can get a reward too. Hear what the system says. Yi Chen, who was practicing, slowly opened his eyes and murmured softly. When Wang Dedong solved his knot, the system rewarded him with a top-notch treasure chest. Therefore, after noticing Rex's problem, Yi Chen took the initiative to enlighten him. This is a test from Yi Chen. He wanted to know whether only Wang Dedong had this kind of treatment. Or is this the case for everyone he teaches? Now, the results are out. Wang Dedong is not the only cub that the system loves. What happened to Wang Dedong can also happen to others. System, open this top treasure chest. After thinking things through, the corners of Yi Chen's mouth raised slightly, revealing a faint smile. When Wang Dedong broke through, the system rewarded 3 top-level treasure boxes at once. Therefore, Yi Chen doubted whether the system would be extra generous when treating Wang Dedong. Now that it has been proven that everything is just overthinking, then, Yi Chen will naturally do his best when teaching students. After all, it is such a matter of enlightening students and letting them untie their knots. If the student succeeds, Yi Chen will get additional rewards. If the student failed, Yi Chen would not suffer any loss at all, so why not do it? Opening the top treasure chest for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a 6-star combat skill, Star Reacher. The system's voice just finished. A transparent light curtain appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes. Star Reacher, a 6-star combat skill that, when cultivated to perfection, can increase the ability index by 5,000 points. When used in battle, the ability index can be temporarily increased by up to 4,000 points. Is it another 6-star combat skill? Look at the information on the light screen. A look of joy flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Because of destruction in all directions, Yi Chen is very aware of the power of 6-star combat skills. System, extract for me. After a brief moment of excitement, Yi Chen just wanted the system to take out the reward. However, Yi Chen hasn't finished speaking yet. He noticed a dark atmosphere outside his villa. This made Yi Chen frown in displeasure, and then disappeared directly into the villa. Chapter 51. Golden Time and Space. Yi Chen, where did this guy come from? Looking at the villa not far away, a cold murderous intent flashed in Black Dragon's eyes. As early as 20 years ago, he had already watched Golden Pen Pointing Dragon. Although, because Golden Pen Pointing Dragon has not been completed, Black Dragon does not know what the final ending is. However, Black Dragon knows very well that the key to his becoming a demon lies in Wang Yasser. Therefore, Black Dragon has been waiting for Wang Yasser to grow up. When Wang Yasser grows to a certain extent, it is time for him, Black Dragon, to become a demon. Unexpectedly, because of his magic skills, he was in seclusion in the Martial Force Judgment Institute for a period of time. When he came out of seclusion, he found that there was an extra Yi Chen in the ultimate class. Yi Chen. Has Yi Chen appeared in Golden Pen Pointing Dragon? No, absolutely not. Black Dragon is still very sure about this. After all, He Long had memorized the prophecy book, Golden Pen Pointing Dragon. So, who is Yi Chen? Why did he appear in the ultimate class? The most important thing is, everything Yi Chen did in the ultimate class has changed the prophecy. This made He Long feel uneasy. Therefore, He Long, who had just come out of seclusion, came here immediately. He wanted to find out Yi Chen's background. If Yi Chen's strength is not as good as his, then just kill this guy who is in the way. He Long, I shouldn't have invited you. So, what do you want to do by coming here uninvited? With a flash of golden light, Yi Chen's figure appeared not far from He Long. A few days ago, Yi Chen had seen the heartbroken man. And He Long is a twin of the heartbroken man. So, the moment he saw He Long, Yi Chen recognized his identity. There is no way. The heartbroken man has abandoned his martial arts and become an ordinary person. But the black dragon in front of him exuded a terrifying aura, so it was impossible for him to be a heartbroken man in disguise. Interesting. Your strength is stronger than I thought. But if that's all, you're still not my opponent. If you want to live, get out of the ultimate class immediately and don't bother me. The black dragon looked at Yi Chen for a moment, and sneered with some contempt. However, the black dragon's heart was far from being as calm as it appeared. In the black dragon's perception, Yi Chen's own strength was indeed not as good as his current self. However, he sensed a trace of dangerous aura from Yi Chen. You know, Black Dragon is an extremely cautious person. Before he figured out Yi Chen's background, he certainly didn't want to fight with Yi Chen. If he could scare Yi Chen away directly through words, it would be great. Without Yi Chen, this troublesome guy, Black Dragon, would definitely become a demon. After he becomes a demon, he will naturally be able to deal with Yi Chen. Black Dragon, if you are here to say this nonsense, then you can get out now. Hearing what Black Dragon said, Yi Chen waved his hands as if to shoo away a fly, saying with great disdain. Ever since he got the demon sealing spear, Yi Chen has never been afraid of Black Dragon. Even though Black Dragon's current strength is stronger than Yi Chen imagined. Yi Chen still doesn't take Black Dragon seriously. Stinky boy, it seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Black Dragon frowned, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. He is the only judge in the Martial Force Judgment Office. In today's Jin Shikong, who dares not to give him Black Dragon face? Yi Chen, a guy who didn't know his origins, actually dared to insult him in person. Under such circumstances, how could Black Dragon remain indifferent? Next moment, a terrifying combat power index erupted from the Black Dragon's body. 0.26874. 0.39423. 0.44212. Just a breath. The Black Dragon's combat power index has exceeded 40,000 points, and has settled at around 45,000 points. 0.22156. 0.29354. 0.34811. Not to be outdone, Yi Chen directly unleashed all his powers. Although, there is a gap of nearly 10,000 points between him and the Black Dragon. However, Yi Chen still had a calm expression on his face. Ah, I thought you were so strong. With a combat power index of less than 35,000 points, you actually dare to be so arrogant. Fine, since you dare to offend me, I will refine you into a martial corpse to atone for your sins. From today on, your name will be Emperor, the Emperor among the warrior corpses. Ha ha ha, quote. Feel Yi Chen's combat power index. A crazy smile appeared on the Black Dragon's face. Although, Black Dragon knew very well that Yi Chen must have some trump cards. However, the gap between Yi Chen's combat power index and his own is too big. Even if Yi Chen takes out all his trump cards, Black Dragon also has great confidence that it can capture Yi Chen on the spot. After all, how could he, the Black Dragon, not have his own confidence after living for so many years? Oh, are you sure? Looking at the Black Dragon, who kept laughing wildly. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth raised slightly, revealing a faint smile. Finished. Yi Chen raised his arm, and an ancient spear appeared out of thin air in his hand. As soon as the spear appeared, it emitted a sacred power and spread towards the surroundings. Forehead. The Black Dragon's smile suddenly stopped. He could clearly feel that the power in his body was suppressed. Even his explosive combat power index is dropping crazily. 0.44238. 0.39221. 0.33156. No, impossible. What the hell is this? when the Black Dragon's combat power index dropped to only 30,000 points. Black Dragon's expression became panicked, and he shouted in disbelief. No matter how hard he tried, his combat power index could not continue to rise, as if it was sealed by something. This is something Black Dragon cannot accept. He is about to become a demon. How could a mere spear suppress his own combat power index? Demon Sealing Gun. I haven't used it since I got you. But don't worry, I will let you see blood today. A demonized person who is about to transform into a demon king should be able to make you happy. Quote. Yi Chen touched the demon sealing gun in his hand and murmured in a low voice. Then, Yi Chen turned his gaze towards the black dragon not far away, as if looking at his prey. Golden time and space. Cut. What a coward. I also want to try the power of the demon sealing spear. You actually ran away right away, which is really embarrassing to the big boss. Quote. Looking at the original location of the black dragon, Yi Chen curled his lips and complained disdainfully. Although, from the beginning to the end, Yi Chen never wanted to directly win the black dragon. After all, in Yi Chen's heart, black dragon is the catalyst for Wang Dedong and others' strength. Getting rid of the black dragon now will not do Yi Chen any good at all. However, Yi Chen is still very happy to have a fight with the black dragon and stretch his muscles. Did not expect. When you see yourself ready to take action. The black dragon actually teleported away without any regard for face. Indeed, with the black dragon's combat power index being suppressed, if Yi Chen is willing, he can definitely stop the black dragon. However, Yi Chen did not do this. No way. A man who wants nothing more than to escape. He couldn't use his strength at all. There is naturally no point in fighting a black dragon in this state. Never mind. It's better to go back and take a look at my treasure chest rewards. After a while, Yi Chen shook his head, put away the demon sealing gun, and turned back to his villa. Tribunal of Force. What the hell is that demon sealing gun? You actually suppressed my combat power index so miserably. Quote. The black dragon kept spitting out fragrance and even smashed many objects. He was really angry with Yi Chen. To know, Yi Chen's strength is definitely not as good as his black dragon. Exactly. In Yi Chen's hand, there is a demon sealing gun that can suppress him. This is something Black Dragon never thought of. The most important is, the Black Dragon felt a fatal threat from the demon sealing gun. No, how can a threat like the demon sealing gun continue to exist? We must find a way to completely destroy the demon sealing gun. Otherwise, even if I become a master of magic, I will still be suppressed by this brat Yi Chen. After a long while, the black dragon gradually calmed down and murmured in a low voice. When facing the demon sealing gun, Black Dragon discovered something keenly. The demon sealing gun suppresses your own demonic power and the demonic nature in your body. This means that the demon sealing gun is a weapon specifically designed to target monsters. That's it. Even if he perfects his demonic skills and transforms into a demon king level existence, he still cannot escape the suppression of the demon sealing gun. This is something that Black Dragon will never allow. He worked so hard to become a demon, wasn't it just to be invincible? If the demon sealing spear becomes his weakness, how can he be considered invincible? But, Yi Chen, this kid is hard to deal with. As long as he takes out the demon sealing gun, he won't even be a match for me. What should we do to make the demon sealing gun disappear completely? Quote. Villa. The next day, as the morning sun shines into the bedroom. System, sign in. Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes and spoke out of habit. Host, you have 2 chances to sign in. Do you want to use the 2 check-in opportunities at the same time? Yi Chen's voice just finished. The system's voice appeared in Yi Chen's mind. Twice, unknowingly, a month has passed. It seems that I am quite adaptable to the ultimate universe. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, and then showed a look of surprise. The system's sign-in is divided into daily sign-in, monthly sign-in, and annual sign-in. In the past, Yi Chen was used to checking in once a day. If it weren't for the reminder from the system, Yi Chen would never have thought of such things as monthly and annual subscriptions. In that case, then let's use the 2 opportunities to sign in together. Yi Chen slowly sat up straight and gave instructions softly. Yi Chen is still quite curious about this second monthly signing. Will there be any good things in this monthly sign up? Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host, you have gained 67 power index points. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host, you have gained 820 power index points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a low-level magic weapon, the water and fire stick. Next moment, the system's voice sounded in Yi Chen's mind one after another. Cut. Waiting for nothing. Yi Chen sighed, with a look of helplessness on his face. Nowadays, Yi Chen has set his sights higher and higher. Therefore, the monthly signing reward this time can only be regarded as better than nothing for Yi Chen today. System. Open my properties panel. After sitting for a while, Yi Chen began to put on his clothes and said to the system at the same time. Buzz. A transparent light curtain instantly appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes. Name. Yi Chen. Identity. Ultimate Class 1 Class Tutor. Ability Index. 40,224. Skill. Hun Yuan Bao Dian. Combat Skills. Destroy All Directions. Star Reacher, Fuhu Fist, Divine Wind Step. Superpowers. Heavenly Fire Burns the World, Little Light, Little Darkness, Fire Control. Treasures. Demon Sealing Spear, Greedy Wolf Blade, Mountain and River Fan, Hand of Ares, Water and Fire Stick, Resurrection Pill. Teaching Objects. Tian Xin, Wang Dedong, Wang Arthur, Ding Xiaoyu. Is it 40,000? I saw that my ability index had officially exceeded the 40,000 point mark. Yi Chen paused for a moment, then raised the corners of his mouth slightly, showing a happy expression. After the Black Dragon escaped last night, Yi Chen returned to his villa and received the Star Reacher, rewarded by the system. Same as other combat skills. The moment Yi Chen obtained the Star Reacher, he cultivated the Star Reacher to perfection. This also caused Yi Chen's power index to instantly increase by 5,000 points, reaching more than 39,000 points. Now, with the rewards of daily and monthly signings being distributed, Yi Chen's superpower index finally exceeded the 40,000 point mark. Now me, what if we face the Black Dragon again? Even if you don't use the demon sealing gun, you can still face it easily. After putting on the clothes neatly, Yi Chen touched his chin and murmured in a low voice. During the system scan, the Black Dragon's peak combat power index was only about 45,000 points. Even if Black Dragon takes out the sword in the stone, his combat power index cannot exceed 50,000 points. After all, the sword in the stone in the Black Dragon's hand is incomplete, and it is impossible to increase the Black Dragon's combat power index too much. And what about Yi Chen? Yi Chen himself has a power index of 40,000 points. Once Yi Chen takes out the Greedy Wolf Blade, his power index will be increased to 45,000 points. Besides, Yi Chen has also mastered 3 powerful combat skills and superpowers: Destroy the 10 Directions, Star Reacher, and Sky Fire Burns the World. Even if Yi Chen really can't defeat Black Dragon can't do anything against Yi Chen. Work hard these 2 days. If you can cultivate the Hunyuan book to the 2nd level, my power index has increased again, and I can handle the Black Dragon at will. Quote. Bara High School. Class A. Rex, Narcissist, Xiaoyu. Have you ever thought about what the next stage of cultivation the class teacher said is? He looked at the 3 brothers beside him. Wang Dedong, who was sitting in his seat, asked enthusiastically. During this time, under the guidance of Yi Chen, he clearly felt that he had become stronger. Therefore, during the 2 days over the weekend, he has been thinking about, what is Yi Chen going to teach them? Pity, he is really not good at using his brain and can't think of anything. Have no idea, how can we possibly guess what the class teacher is thinking? Rex rolled his eyes at Wang Dedong and said calmly. In Rex's heart, Yi Chen is an extremely mysterious existence. Moreover, he has been in contact with Yi Chen for the shortest time and does not understand Yi Chen at all. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible for him to guess what Yi Chen was thinking. Arrogant. Rex is right. We'd better not make random guesses about the class teacher's thoughts. School has started anyway, won't we know by the afternoon? Wang Arthur smiled and echoed softly. Arthur Wang was naturally curious about what Yi Chen was going to teach them in the afternoon. However, He is smarter than Wang Dedong and knows that he cannot guess what Yi Chen is thinking. Therefore, expectations are expectations, but he will not waste his energy thinking about it. Ding Xiaoyu on the side smiled and nodded. He is also very curious, but like Wang Arthur, he will not speculate on Yi Chen's thoughts. What the hell? Don't act so calm. Young people, please learn more from me and become active. See the reactions of Rex and others. Wang Dedong curled his lips and spoke unhappily. Extra, something big happened. Only. Wang Dedong hasn't finished speaking yet. Jin Baosen's voice entered the classroom from the corridor. In an instant, everyone in the ultimate class turned their gazes toward the classroom door. Even Wang Dedong, who was still unfinished, did not continue to finish his sentence and looked at the door with an unhappy expression. Next moment, Jin Baosen's figure rushed into the ultimate class from the corridor. At this moment, Jin Baosen was holding a brand new notebook in his hand, with an expression of excitement on his face. Brother Dong, the co-list has been updated. You are so awesome, the new co-2. Under the gaze of everyone, Jin Baosen ran straight to Wang Dedong's side and kept flattering him. When he learned the news, his heart was filled with shock. Because this update of the co-list will definitely cause a sensation in the college world. Therefore, he couldn't wait to come to school and wanted to share the news with his classmates in Class 1. What, has the co-list been updated? Really or not, isn't Co-2 Rex? You are stupid. Brother Dong's combat power is also over 10,000 points. Is it strange to become Co-2? Quote. Jin Baosen just finished speaking. Before Wang Dedong opened his mouth, the other people in the class started to get excited. After Wang Dedong's combat power index exceeded 10,000, they guessed that there would be some changes in the KO list. Therefore, they are not actually too surprised by the update of the KO list. They were just curious. If Wang Dedong became KO2, what about Rex? Rex, has the ranking changed, or is he both KO2 with Wang Dedong? Jin Baosen, show it to me quickly. Wang Dedong didn't take it to heart, but grabbed the small book in Jin Baosen's hand. He couldn't wait to know what kind of changes had occurred in his information on the co-list. However, he was about to get the little book. A soft force emerged, rolled up the small book in Jin Baosen's hand, and flew towards the door of the classroom. At last, under the stunned expressions of everyone, the small notebook was firmly grasped by Yi Chen, who had just walked into the classroom. Class teacher, class teacher, class teacher. See Yi Chen's figure. Everyone in the ultimate class shouted politely. Even Wang Dedong immediately calmed down, with a flattering expression on his face. Alright, since you are so curious, then let me tell you what changes have occurred on the co-list. Yi Chen walked slowly to the podium and said calmly. While in the corridor, Yi Chen heard Jin Baosen's words. Yi Chen is also very curious about the update of the co-list. He wanted to know to what extent Black Dragon's control over the university world had reached. Has Black Dragon really found out the changes in the strength of the ultimate class? With this idea, Yi Chen gently opened the small book in his hand, read it carefully, and read out the contents. Co-1, Information Hidden, Combat Power Index 16,000 points. KO2, Wang Dedong, a student from Bala High School, with a combat power index of 15,500 points. KO3, Rex, student of Bara High School, combat power index 14,400 points. KO4, Arthur Wang, student of Bala High School, combat power index 10,800 points. KO5, Ding Xiaoyu, student from Bala High School, combat power index 10,500 points. KO6, Taishan, Nanami High School student, combat power index 8,500 points. KO7, Carrie, a student from North Banana High School, with a combat power index of 7,800 points. KO8, Kai Yunin, a student from a college in the Southern District, with a combat power index of 7,500 points. KO9, Kai Yiling, a student from Pattaya College, with a combat power index of 6,700 points. KO10, Sister Shaw, a student from Bala High School, combat power index 6,400 points. KO11, Linda Bai, a student from Bala High School, with a combat power index of 6,200 points. KO 12, Tauzi, student of Bara High School, Combat Power Index 6100 points. Bara High School, Class A. Look at the contents of the small book. A glimmer of inquiry flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. He found that he had underestimated the Black Dragon. Wang Dedong and Rex had only exposed their strongest combat power in the battle 2 days ago. At that time, Yi Chen was also in the school. However, Yi Chen didn't notice that there were other people around. In such a situation, how did this guy, Black Dragon, know? Could it be that Black Dragon appeared in person and saw the battle between Wang Dedong and Rex? After all, only Black Dragon himself can hide it from Yi Chen's perception. But this is impossible. If Black Dragon had witnessed that battle with his own eyes. With Black Dragon's cautious temperament, it is absolutely impossible to remain indifferent. He will take advantage of Wang Dedong and Rex when they are exhausted, capture them directly, and make them into warrior corpses. Sudden, Yi Chen thought of something very important. Follow the original trajectory of destiny. The Black Dragon will lose its combat power index in the poached egg battle and be imprisoned in a mental hospital. But even if there is no Black Dragon, the co-list still exists and will still be updated continuously. For example, Black Dragon 10 years later would not know that Zhang Wanjin was Co-1 and Ji Jie was Co-2. This is enough to prove that besides the Black Dragon, there are other forces involved in the KO list. The exposure of Wang Dedong and Rex's combat power index may be related to this hidden force. But what does this hidden force want to do? Think of this. Yi Chen looked towards the principal's office. This extremely mysterious principal should tell everything about Jin Shikong. What? The combat power index of Ko-1 is actually as high as 16,000 points. No, is Brother Dong so powerful? 580, with a combat power index of 15,500 points. Let me go, the top 5 have all exceeded 10,000 points in combat power. This should be the strongest one on the co-list. Ha 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 ha, among the top 10 on the co-list, our ultimate class accounts for 5 of them. Who dares to mess with our ultimate class? Thoughts on Yi Chen. The students in the ultimate class naturally don't know. All they know is that the ultimate team they belong to has become even more powerful. This made every student in the ultimate class 1 show a look of pride on their faces. Tribunal of Force. There it is again. Who is meddling in my co-list? You'd better hide it from me and don't let me get to you. Otherwise, if you dare to interfere with my Black Dragon's affairs, I will make your life worse than death. Looking at the brand new co-list in his hand, the Black Dragon's face revealed a trace of deep anger. The co-list was obviously created by him, Black Dragon, a list of 10 young masters. However, 10 years after he created the co-list, something unexpected happened. A secret force secretly updates the co-list every once in a while. The most important is, the opponent's method of updating the co-list is no different from Black Dragon. Therefore, the Black Dragon spent a lot of effort trying to pull the opponent out. Exactly, the other party hid it almost perfectly. Even if Black Dragon tried his best, he still couldn't find any clues. But, although I don't know who this secret force is, however, the data updated by the other party has never been wrong. For example, K01 Tian Hongguang, no, it's my Wu Zhejun. After 2 years of training, BGCJ's combat power index has indeed reached 16,000 points. In that case, what about the boys Wang Dedong and Rex? Have their combat power index really exceeded 10,000 points? Wang Dedong's combat power index has reached 15,500 points. After a while, Black Dragon gradually calmed down and pondered in his heart. Soon, Black Dragon found out helplessly that the information on the co-list was true. To know, after refining Tian Hongguang into a martial corpse, Black Dragon has never sent out Tian Hongguang, but has been constantly training him. After all, Tian Hongguang's talent is extremely high. Even after becoming a warrior zombie, he can quickly become stronger. In this situation, this secret force can figure out Tian Hongguang's combat power index. This means that the other party must have some special means to investigate the younger generation of masters. Ah, fair enough. It's time to add a few more warrior corpses to my Black Dragon's command. Yi Chen, aren't you the teacher of Ultimate Class 1? Then let me see. student or demon sealing gun, what would you choose? Choose the demon sealing spear, and I will turn Wang Dadong and the others into my zombies. Choose a student. Without the demon sealing gun, you will become my black dragon's corpse. Ha ha ha. Correct. We can't let that Tian Shin go either. As long as I have a relationship with you, I won't let anyone go. Ha ha ha. After a burst of crazy laughter, Black Dragon summoned the warriors under his command and began to explain his arrangements. Golden time and space. Strange. What happened to me today? Tian Shin walked on the road with a confused expression. Since this morning, she has felt uneasy in her heart. Exactly. She has no class this morning and does not need to go to the ultimate class. Therefore, Tian Shin decided to go out for a walk to calm down her mood. But she has been shopping outside for more than an hour. She was still feeling very uncomfortable at the moment. This made Tian Shin confused, wondering what was going on. Hey, how about going to buy some clothes? After a while, looking at the clothing store across the road, Tian Shin murmured in a low voice. When she was unhappy in the past, she would buy some beautiful clothes. However, since she started practicing, she has been very happy every day and has actually forgotten this habit. Right, buy some nice clothes. This way, I should be happy. A faint smile appeared on Tian Shin's face. Just do it. Tian Shin turned around and walked towards the underground passage not far away. She is going to the clothing store across the street to buy her favorite beautiful clothes. Maybe it's psychological. Tian Shin's steps became much brisker and he soon entered the underground passage. Next moment, Tian Shin stopped, with a solemn look on his face. All I saw was the other end of the underground passage. A man wearing a sweatshirt and a headscarf was staring at Tian Shin. Because the distance is too far and the light is dark. All of a sudden, Tian Shin couldn't see clearly the man's appearance. However, Tian Shin could detect the cold murderous intent in the man. Quote. Sir, do we know each other? Still, did I offend you in some way? Tian Shin frowned and asked some puzzled questions. The killing intent emanating from the other party made Tian Shin very uncomfortable. For a moment, Tian Shin even wanted to turn around and run away. However, Tian Shin did not do this. After becoming a power walker, Tian Shin learned a lot of things. If she turns around and runs now, she will only make herself suffer faster. To know, her current ability index has reached about 9,500 points. And the other party can make her feel uncomfortable just by relying on his murderous intent. This is enough to prove that the other party is definitely a master with a superpower index of over 10,000 points. Will you leave your back to a master who has over 10,000 points? This is extremely stupid behavior. That's why Tian Shin took the initiative to speak, trying to figure out whether there was any misunderstanding between him and the other party. If it is really a misunderstanding, wouldn't it be better to explain the misunderstanding clearly? Pity. After Tian Shin finished speaking, the man didn't say a word, and directly burst out with a powerful aura. 0.8214, 0.12143, 0.15862. In an instant, the man's combat power index soared to over 15,000 points. Next moment, the man moved and appeared in front of Tian Shin in an instant. Fu's mouth became wet without hesitation. Boom, the man moves too fast. Even if Tian Shin soars his ability index to 9,500 points in time. However, Tian Shin was still punched away by the man, hit the wall of the underground passage, and then fell to the ground. Cough cough cough. Tian Shin's mouth was bleeding, and his face was extremely pale. However, she instantly raised her head and looked at her attacker in disbelief. After a close encounter, she finally saw clearly what the man looked like. Boj, bot, it's really you, don't you recognize me? I am your sister Tian Shin. Looking at Tian Hongguang with murderous intent on his face, Tian Shin felt a cold feeling in her heart, and even her breathing was about to stop. Although, she had long known from Yi Chen that Tian Hongguang was refined into a martial corpse by the Black Dragon. However, she never thought that her meeting with Tian Hongguang again would be like this. Her brother Tian Hongguang was actually sent by the Black Dragon to deal with her. Tian Shin is absolutely unwilling to accept such a thing. Even if she really wanted to die here, she would never want to die in Tian Hongguang's hands. Otherwise, once Tian Hongguang recovers, how will he face such a cruel truth? The thought just came to me. An inexplicable power emerged from Tian Xin's body. With the support of this force, Tian Xin, who was seriously injured, quickly stood up again. Just when Tian Xin was about to escape, Tian Hongguang's face showed a painful expression. Ah! Under Tian Xin's doubtful eyes, Tian Hongguang screamed in horror, squatting on the ground and hugging a ball, as if he was undergoing some kind of torture. Guang, seeing the miserable condition of my brother, Tian Xin immediately gave up the idea of escape and rushed towards Tian Hongguang. Golden time and space. Underground tunnel. Guang. What's wrong with you? Don't scare your sister. Guang, please wake up. Tian Xin grabbed Tian Hongguang's shoulders and kept asking. This moment, she has long forgotten her own danger. She knew that she was Tian Hongguang's sister, and she couldn't just leave Tian Hongguang alone. Only concern for Tian Xin. Tian Hongguang ignored it, buried his head in his arms, and kept wailing. The moment he shot and injured Tian Xin, he recalled some past memories after a long absence. However, the barrier of immortality in his body is constantly eroding Tian Hongguang. As a result, Tian Hongguang was in chaos at this moment. The last remaining bit of reason made Tian Hongguang dare not continue to attack Tian Xin. But this last remaining bit of sanity is constantly disappearing. On the contrary, another voice kept ringing in Tian Hongguang's mind. Beat Tian Xin seriously and take him back to the Force Tribunal. Beat Tian Xin seriously and take him back to the Force Tribunal. Beat Tian Xin seriously and take him back to the arbitration court. This makes Tian Hongguang extremely uncomfortable. He didn't dare to look at Tian Xin, or even respond to Tian Xin. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and attack Tian Xin again. Do not know why. As long as he thinks of himself continuing to attack Tian Xin, he will have the urge to self-destruct. Look, I'm still late. Sudden, a man's voice sounded in the ears of Tian Xin and Tian Hongguang. Tian Hongguang didn't react at all. Tian Xin showed an expression of surprise and quickly turned around to look over. I saw Yi Chen's figure already appearing in the underground passage, slowly walking towards me. Yi Chen, please help me take a look. What's wrong with Guang? He suddenly became like this. Tian Xin stood up, came to Yi Chen in an instant, and spoke anxiously. Finished. Don't wait for Yi Chen to answer. Tian Xin took Yi Chen's hand and walked towards Tian Hongguang. Regarding Tian Xin's actions, Yi Chen didn't stop her, and he even breathed a sigh of relief. Because of the co-list. After leaving the Ultimate Class 1, Yi Chen went directly to the principal's office. He wanted to find Qian Kai and ask what mysterious force was hidden behind the co-list. However, Qian Lai seemed to have expected that Yi Chen would go find him. Therefore, he has disappeared long ago and only left a letter to Yi Chen. The content of the letter is very simple. First, he told how he had never had a good rest during the years he had been the principal. Then he asked Yi Chen to take good care of Bara High School during his vacation. Finally, Qian Lai reminded Yi Chen that Tian Xin was about to be in danger. That moment, Yi Chen felt a little panicked for the first time. Therefore, Yi Chen left Bara High School without any hesitation. After searching for Tian Xin for a long time, Yi Chen suddenly remembered that he could call Tian Xin. Pity. After Yi Chen called, he only heard the shutdown tone. Just when Yi Chen was at a loss, he suddenly felt a powerful combat power index. So, Yi Chen ran towards the direction of the combat power index. Fine. In this underground passage, he successfully found Tian Xin and the torn-up mobile phone. Yi Chen, please help me take a look. What's wrong with Guang? Just when Yi Chen was thinking wildly, Tian Xin had already pulled him and walked to Tian Hongguang. Looking at Tian Hongguang, who kept wailing, a fierce light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Obviously, Tian Xin's injuries were caused by the boy's beating. Exactly. This kid is Tian Xin's younger brother, and he was refined into a martial corpse by the Black Dragon. Even if Yi Chen is unhappy with him, there is no way he will attack him now. Therefore, Yi Chen had no choice but to start checking Kita Hiromatsu's status. System. What's going on with Tian Hongguang? Said it was an inspection. In fact, Yi Chen couldn't find anything, so he could only ask the system for help in his mind. Host. The so-called martial corpse is actually a living dead. Most of the time, they are in an unconscious state and can only take orders from others. But if they encounter some special circumstances, they will also recall their past experiences. Tian Hongguang is in such a state at this moment. The memory deep in his heart awakened his last remaining shred of sanity. So, he is using his own reason to fight against the obstacle of immortality and wants to regain his freedom. Pity. Tian Hongguang's behavior is ultimately impossible to succeed. It won't be long before he turns back into a cold and heartless warrior zombie. The system's voice soon sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Is that so? Listen to the system's explanation. Yi Chen frowned, a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. It is clear, injuring Tian Xin is tantamount to touching Tian Hongguang's bottom line. That's why Tian Hongguang's remaining rationality comes online and he wants to get rid of control at all costs. That's it. Help you. After all, he is also my future brother-in-law. In Tian Xin's surprised eyes, Yi Chen casually lifted Tian Hongguang up. In the process of searching for Tian Xin, Yi Chen understood what he was thinking. Even if Tian Xin is not here, Yi Chen will find a way to recover Tian Hongguang if he meets him alone. However, I thought of Tian Hongguang hurting Tian Xin. When Yi Chen mentioned Tian Hongguang's actions, he couldn't help but seem a bit violent. 12021. 15211. 16021. After being stimulated by the outside world, Tian Hongguang's combat power index instantly soared to 16,000 points. But, it's no use. Yi Chen grabbed Tian Hongguang's hand, and a burst of golden light shone. No matter how hard Tian Hongguang struggled, he could not get rid of Yi Chen's shackles. What are you doing? Looking at Tian Hongguang struggling crazily, Tian Xin was stunned for a moment, then quickly asked. While asking questions, Tian Xin took a step forward, preparing to stop Yi Chen's actions. No way. Yi Chen acted a little too fierce. As a result, Tian Xin thought wrongly and thought that Yi Chen was going to attack Tian Hongguang. As Tian Hongguang's biological sister, of course Tian Xin cannot watch Tian Hongguang get beaten. If you want him back to normal, then just stand nearby and don't disturb me. Hear Tian Xin's question. Yi Chen looked back at Tian Xin and said calmly. The words just fell. Tian Xin immediately stopped in his tracks. Of course she hopes that her brother can return to normal. Although, she doesn't know if Yi Chen can do such a thing. However, besides trusting Yi Chen, she has no other choice. Open your mouth. Seeing that Tian Xin did not continue to pounce, Yi Chen forcibly opened Tian Hongguang's mouth and fed a restoring pill into it. In an instant, Tian Hongguang, who was originally struggling, was stunned on the spot. Then, Tian Hongguang's face showed an expression of extreme pain. Maybe it's because of the unbearable relationship. Just a few breaths of time. Tian Hongguang rolled his eyes and fainted directly in Yi Chen's hands. What's going on here? Tian Hongguang was seen unconscious. Tian Xin finally couldn't bear it anymore and hurriedly came to Yi Chen's side and asked. There was a worried expression on her face, as well as a look of being at a loss. Let's go. Take this guy back. When he wakes up, he will be completely fine. And, your injuries are not serious either, they need to be treated in time. Yi Chen carried Tian Hongguang on his shoulders, turned around and said to Tian Xin. Then, without waiting for Tian Xin to say anything else, she hugged Tian Xin with one hand and disappeared directly into the underground passage. Oh, Tribunal of Force. The black dragon who was practicing magic skills suddenly opened his eyes. How is this going? How come the connection between me and Zun was suddenly severed? There was an expression of disbelief on the black dragon's face. As the master of the zombies, he has a connection with every zombie. Unless the warrior corpse is destroyed. Otherwise, no one can cut off the connection between them. But, at that moment just now, the connection between him and Zun disappeared without a trace. This makes Black Dragon somewhat unacceptable. After all, Zun is the strongest warrior corpse he has carefully cultivated. We were obviously just dealing with Tianxin, how could we possibly get Zun involved? Yi Chen, it must have been you. Other than you, who can destroy my martial corpse lord? You really care about this woman named Tianxin? Just wait for me, sooner or later I will settle a score with you. After a long while, Black Dragon blamed Yi Chen for everything. Apart from Yi Chen, he really couldn't think of anyone who would take action against Zun. Could it be that Tianxin killed Zun? Let's not mention whether Tianxin has such strength. Zun's true identity is Tianxin's biological brother. Even if Tianxin really has the strength to kill the Lord, it is impossible for him to kill his own brother. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Zun is Tianxin's biological brother. Ha 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 ha, since Yi Chen cares about Tianxin so much. Then I will tell Tianxin the news that Yi Chen killed Zun. Don't you care about this woman? Then I will make it impossible for you two to be together forever. Ha 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 ha, an idea suddenly flashed through Black Dragon's mind, and he burst out laughing. Although, without Zun, the strongest warrior corpse, Black Dragon is a little heartbroken. However, no matter how important Zun is, he is nothing more than a warrior corpse. Without Zun, there are other warriors under his command. Once he masters his magic skills, he will become a Demon King level existence. The martial corpses he can obtain will only be more powerful than Zun. So, rather than causing trouble for Yi Chen, the loss of a mere warrior corpse is nothing. Golden time and space. Villa. Place Tian Hongguang in an empty room. Yi Chen took Tianxin to the living room together. Tianxin, no need to worry. At most in the afternoon. Your brother should wake up soon. Looking at Tianxin, who looked worried, Yi Chen thought for a moment and then spoke softly to comfort him. Produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. Since the restoration pill can eliminate all abnormal conditions, then, Tian Hongguang, who took the restoring pill, would naturally be able to get rid of the state of the warrior corpse. For this, Yi Chen has full confidence. Yi Chen, I really want to thank you this time. Hear Yi Chen's comfort. Tianxin felt much calmer and thanked Yi Chen. If it weren't for Yi Chen, she wouldn't have known that her brother was still alive. If it hadn't been for Yi Chen, she wouldn't have become a psychic and have the calendar area she has today. If it weren't for Yi Chen, she would probably die in the hands of Tian Hongguang and her own brother. If it weren't for Yi Chen, how could her brother Tian Hongguang have the chance to become a normal person? Think carefully. Every time I need Yi Chen will always be by my side. The thought just came to me. Tianxin's 210 face showed a hint of shyness, and she did not dare to continue looking at Yi Chen. If you really want to thank me, then make me lunch. After all, I have to teach the students in the class in the afternoon. Understanding teacher Tianxin, you shouldn't be willing to let me go hungry, right? Seeing that Tianxin was in a better mood, Yi Chen chuckled softly, and then joked to Tianxin. Regardless of past life or present life, Yi Chen is a single-born dog. Therefore, even if Yi Chen understands his own intention, he still doesn't know how to pursue Tianxin. Not to mention, Tianxin is still worried about his brother Tian Hongguang. At this time, it is impossible for Yi Chen to say any words of confession. Therefore, Yi Chen could only use other methods to divert Tianxin's attention. Only in this way can Tianxin feel more stable and no longer worry about Tian Hongguang's situation all the time. Pooch, good, I'll go now. As Yi Chen's words fell, Tianxin chuckled and glanced at Yi Chen with some annoyance. Then, she stood up and walked towards the kitchen of the villa. Hey, there's still a long way to go. Looking at Tianxin's back, Yi Chen sighed and shook his head helplessly. Bara High School. Wasteland. Where's the class teacher? Why hasn't the class teacher come yet? Is the class teacher going to let us go? No, I've been looking forward to it for 2 days and want to start the next stage of practice. As early as half an hour ago, the afternoon school bell has already rang. However, Yi Chen's figure never appeared. This caused many students in the ultimate class to have a look of apprehension on their faces. The reason is simple. They are full of expectations for the next stage of cultivation that Yi Chen mentioned. What if Yi Chen delayed teaching them because of something else? Even if they can understand Yi Chen, they will still be a little disappointed. Rex, arrogant, Xiao Yu. This morning, the class teacher was absent from one class. Guess what the class teacher is doing? Is he really not coming? Wang Dedong sat casually on the ground and asked the three people beside him. In fact, Wang Dedong didn't care at all about the morning course. No way, he has had a clear understanding of himself since he was a child. He, Wang Dedong, is not a student. The reason why he paid attention to Yi Chen's movements was because he was worried that Yi Chen would miss the afternoon class. In the afternoon, it's their practice class. The most important is, Yi Chen has already said that the next stage of practice will be carried out today. If Yi Chen really misses the afternoon class, what will happen to their practice today? Arrogant, don't be careful, you are really not suitable for using your brain. Wang Arthur glanced at Wang Dedong and said calmly. He quickly guessed everything about Wang Dedong's thoughts. Although, in Wang Arthur's heart, he also has such concerns. However, he will not speak his mind. After all, the ultimate class is no ordinary class. The students in the ultimate class are not ordinary students either. As the tutor of the ultimate class 1, Yi Chen is an extremely special existence. Even if Yi Chen doesn't come to class, they have nothing to say, let alone blame Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen taught them to practice cultivation, which is something that can only be met but not sought. Wait a little longer. The class teacher should not be someone who breaks his word. Perhaps the class teacher has been delayed by something, and he is rushing here now. A soft smile appeared on Rex's face. He had not been in contact with Yi Chen for a long time, but he recognized Yi Chen very much in his heart. In Rex's opinion, Yi Chen is the best teacher in his memory, bar none. Therefore, Rex naturally believes in Yi Chen. Rex is right. The class teacher will definitely come. Ding Xiaoyu nodded and agreed with it. Although he seldom talks, he likes to observe the people and things around him. In Ding Xiaoyu's heart, everything Yi Chen promised was finally accomplished perfectly. Since Yi Chen said, the next stage of practice will begin today. Then, Yi Chen will definitely not break his promise. Time passes slowly. Soon, another half-hour passed. Yi Chen, who was belatedly arrived, finally appeared in front of everyone. Class teacher, you are finally here. Teacher, I thought you wouldn't come today. See Yi Chen's figure. The students in the ultimate class immediately became excited. They have all agreed that Yi Chen will not come and are ready to continue their previous practice. Did not expect. Yi Chen suddenly gave them a surprise. Sorry, something delayed me on the way. Yi Chen said calmly, but there was no apology at all on his face. That smiling look made the students in the ultimate class feel very helpless. However, due to Yi Chen's status as class teacher and Yi Chen's strong strength, no student dared to say anything. In fact, Yi Chen didn't come late on purpose. After leaving his villa, Yi Chen suddenly thought of something. Now that Black Dragon has taken action against Tian Xin, will he also take action against Wang Dedong and others? To verify my guess, Yi Chen made a special trip around Bara High School. Really, Yi Chen soon discovered many traces of martial corpses. Therefore, Yi Chen spent some time to deal with the zombies around Bara High School. Have to say, Black Dragon once again surprised Yi Chen. In Yi Chen's imagination, the so-called martial corpses had at least a combat power index of over 10,000 points. However, among the corpses killed by Yi Chen, very few had a combat power index of over 10,000 points, only a few of them. Most of the warrior corpses only have a combat power index of a few thousand points. However, there are a lot of them. When they discovered Yi Chen, they dispersed and escaped without hesitation. That's why it took Yi Chen an hour to kill them all. Dear classmates, I said that last week. Starting from this week, you will start a new stage of practice. And this new stage refers to the practice of martial arts. I've said it before, I want to become a powerful psychic walker. Kung Fu, combat skills, weapons, and superpowers all are indispensable. However, among the students present, there are not many who have the skills to practice. Moreover, even among the few students who have the skills to practice, the skills they practice are very average. So, the teacher has prepared some exercises for you. Under the gaze of everyone, Yi Chen slowly spoke to everyone. In the systematically formulated teaching plan, exercises are a very important part. Having a suitable training method can make the supernatural practitioner become stronger quickly. For example, Tian Xin. If Tian Xin had not practiced Tian Yuan Ju, even if Tian Xin becomes a supernatural practitioner, his strength will not improve so quickly. What? Practice exercises. Teacher, are you telling the truth? No way. Class teacher, are you really willing to practice the exercises for me? Yi Chen's voice just finished. Many students present immediately became excited. Even Wang Dedong and Wang Arthur are not exceptions at all. I've grown so big. Except for Zhan Yuan Gong, I have never seen any other techniques. Is the class teacher so generous that he is willing to teach us his own exercises? Wang Dedong's face showed a shocked expression. The Zhan Yuan Gong he practiced was obtained by him, accidentally. However, after obtaining the Zhan Yuan Gong, he no longer had that kind of luck. Therefore, 0.0 Wang Dedong is really full of curiosity about other exercises. Arrogant, I beat you this time. I have seen a lot of cultivation techniques. And the technique I practice is to use the best one among those techniques. But, obviously, in the eyes of the class teacher, the skills I practice should be nothing. Arthur Wang's expression was a little helpless. When he was very young, his father gave him several exercises. As he was growing up, his dad was constantly collecting exercises for him. Finally, Arthur Wang chose the strongest one among them. This also makes Wang Arthur feel very proud all the time. After all, Wang Arthur knows very well that if he wants to become a strong man, he cannot do without cultivation resources. And the cultivation method is one of the cultivation resources. But now, Yi Chen's straightforward words shattered Wang Arthur's pride. The most powerful technique in his eyes actually only received an average rating. Is this Yi Chen bragging? Of course not. Based on Wang Arthur's understanding of Yi Chen would not do such a meaningless thing. Otherwise, once Yi Chen comes up with the skills, they will not be as good as the skills he practices. Then, Yi Chen will lose his previous prestige in the eyes of the students in the ultimate class. Bara High School, wasteland. Looking at the noisy crowd, Yi Chen just stood there quietly and did not stop them. More than a month has passed since we arrived in the ultimate universe. During this period of time, Yi Chen encountered quite a few supernatural beings. However, most of the supernatural practitioners have not practiced any techniques. If they want to become stronger, they can only continue to temper themselves and constantly surpass their limits. Most of those supernatural practitioners who have the ability to practice martial arts have strong backgrounds. As for the supernatural walkers from ordinary families, unless they are extremely lucky and meet some expert, otherwise, it will not be easy for them to obtain a cultivation method. Therefore, Yi Chen understands very well why they are so excited at this moment. If Yi Chen were an ordinary psychic, there would be no golden fingers. Yi Chen also can't control his excitement when encountering such a good thing. As time continues to pass, all the students in the final class calmed down one after another. Then, they all turned their eyes towards Yi Chen. It depends on your situation. Teacher has prepared 4 exercises in total. Next, the teacher will explain the contents of the 4 exercises to you one by one. At the beginning, the teacher will teach you the strongest and most difficult exercises. So, even if you don't understand and can't practice, there is no need to be discouraged. Among the 4 techniques, there is always one you can practice. Even if you are just practicing the weakest technique, as long as you practice hard, there is a chance that the combat power index will exceed 16,000 points. Under the gaze of everyone, Yi Chen spoke slowly and began to comfort them in advance. The 4 exercises he is about to teach are all systematically prepared for the students of the ultimate class. Moreover, the system has already formulated what kind of exercises they can practice based on their potential. Only, in order not to attack these students, Yi Chen could not tell the system's arrangements. Therefore, Yi Chen can only use this method to prepare them mentally in advance. Class teacher, don't worry. I am satisfied if I can obtain the cultivation techniques. Class teacher, I'm not picky. Even if I practice the weakest technique, I won't be discouraged. Class teacher, I know that my talent is average, and those advanced cultivation techniques are not suitable for me at all. As Yi Chen's words fell, Something unexpected happened to Yi Chen. In Yi Chen's mind, there must be some students who are upset because they cannot practice powerful exercises. However, most of the students in the ultimate class are very aware of their own situation. Therefore, after hearing Yi Chen's words, they smiled and even comforted Yi Chen. Certainly, not all students are like this. For example, Wang Dedong, Wang Arthur, Ding Xiaoyu, and Rex. Under Wang Dedong's advice, the four of them even made a bet, wanting to see who could practice the strongest technique. Saw such a scene, Yi Chen actually wanted to tell them something. The four of them are all potential top-notch psychics. The strongest and most difficult technique he is about to explain is the system specially prepared for them. Therefore, they are destined to succeed in cultivation. And except for the four of them, no one else in the ultimate class can practice. In fact, even the other members of the ultimate class recorded this technique completely. It won't take long. They will also forget all the content of the exercises bit by bit. No way. This is the tyranny of the system. If you want to practice this powerful technique, you must meet two conditions. First, he is a supernatural practitioner taught by Yi Chen. Second, he is a potential top-notch psychic. Two conditions, one is indispensable. Alright, now that you are ready. Then, the teacher will officially start explaining. The technique I want to talk about first is called Great Self-Contained Mysterious Technique. If you want to practice Great Freedom Mysterious Technique, the most basic condition is to have a combat power index of over 10,000 points. Yi Chen talked eloquently and kept talking. Da Zi Zi Zan Gong, in the systematic evaluation, is a powerful 6-star technique. If you can practice the Great Self-Heart Sutra to a perfect state, you will be able to have at least 50,000 points of supernatural power index. Pity. Except for Wang Dedong, the four of them can understand what Yi Chen is talking about. The other students in the ultimate class all feel like they are in a fog. Fine. For such a situation, these students who didn't understand didn't complain. After all, they know very well in their hearts that their own combat power index is not enough and they simply cannot meet the requirements for practicing Great Freedom Mysterious Art. Time passes slowly. Soon, Yi Chen finished explaining all the great self-contained mysterious skills. As for Wang Dedong and Wang Arthur, they all sat cross-legged on the ground and got up with true cultivation. See this. Yi Chen waved his hand. A powerful burst of supernatural power turned into 4 supernatural protective shields, protecting the 4 people. He also wants to explain other cultivation techniques, but they cannot affect the cultivation of Wang Dedong and the other 4. Next, teacher starts to explain the second exercise. Tribunal of Force. Ah, how naive. Yi Chen, do you think you can kill all my zombies? There was a mocking look on the Black Dragon's face. The zombies he arranged at Bala High School were almost slaughtered by Yi Chen. However, for this situation, Black Dragon has no heartache at all. The reason is simple. The zombies he arranged near Bara High School are just a group of cannon fodder. Golden time and space, among the 12 time and space, is not that powerful. However, in the golden time and space, there are also a large number of supernatural practitioners. As long as the Black Dragon is willing, he can turn them into corpses at any time and use them as cannon fodder. Only those talented young warriors can become the warrior corpses valued by the Black Dragon and be trained by the Black Dragon. Only when the warrior corpse that Black Dragon values is killed can Black Dragon feel a little heartache. As for cannon fodder, no matter how many cannon fodders die, Black Dragon will not frown. On the contrary, through Yi Chen's act of massacring the corpses, Black Dragon became more certain of one thing. Yi Chen is a student who really cares about the ultimate class 1 students. Otherwise, Yi Chen would not be able to do this. Such a discovery made Heilong very happy. In Heilong's view, Yi Chen cares about the students in the ultimate class, which is Yi Chen's weakness. As long as he plans well, he will definitely be able to capture Yi Chen, and Yin Duo will use the demon sealing gun. Ha 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 ha, Yi Chen, just wait for me. I will definitely turn you into my warrior zombie. When that time comes, you will be my vanguard general who conquers golden time and space. Villa. Hiss. Tian Hongguang slowly opened his eyes, with a confused look on his face. Next moment, memories of the past flooded into his mind instantly. Tian Hongguang groaned involuntarily and closed his eyes in pain. He is Tian Hongguang, and he has a sister named Tian Xin. He is K01 on the Ko list, with a combat power index of 12,000 points. He went out to play with his friends, met a man in black, and was beaten to death by the man seriously. He survived, but was turned into a warrior corpse and must obey orders. His combat power index has increased, reaching 16,000 points. He was sent out to perform a mission, and the target of the mission was his sister Tian Xin. Sister. Tian Hongguang opened his eyes suddenly and screamed in horror. He remembered. He injured his sister Tian Xin. This made Tian Hongguang feel extremely painful. That was his biological sister, the biological sister who raised him since he was a child. He actually attacked Tian Xin and severely injured Tian Xin. Even if he was still controlled by the Black Dragon and irrational at that time, he shouldn't have done such a thing. Boom. Sudden. The door to the guest room is opened. 697. Bajext. Looking at Tian Hongguang who had woken up. Tian Xin's eyes turned red instantly and she shed tears of joy. After Tian Hongguang had a car accident, she blamed herself for a long time, thinking that she had not taken good care of her brother. It's not easy. She came out of the shadow of self-blame. But Yi Chen told her that her brother Tian Hongguang was not dead, but was turned into a warrior corpse. Life was worse than death. In order to save her brother, she practices crazily every day and continuously improves her strength. However, she really didn't expect that it would be like that when she saw her brother again. Fine, it's all over. With Yi Chen's help, her brother came to his senses. Her brother, Tian Hongguang, returned to her side again. Sister, are you okay? Are your injuries serious? I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Sister, why don't you hit me? I will definitely be obedient in the future. Saw Tian Xin appear. Tian Hongguang jumped out of bed in an instant and ran to Tian Xin's side, expressing concern incoherently. He knows very well how strong he is. Even when he attacked Tian Xin used the combat power index to resist. However, he clearly remembered that he knocked Tian Xin away with one punch and fell to the ground without moving for a long time. This is enough to prove that he really hurt his sister. That's why he is so scared, afraid that something will really happen to his sister. Boit, sister, it's okay. It's great that you can wake up. Looking at Tian Hongguang who looked panicked. Tian Xin hugged the other person directly, patted his back, and softly comforted him. Tian Hongguang was very strong and indeed seriously injured her. However, Yi Chen had already given her a spiritual restoration pill. With the help of the restoring pill, Tian Xin's injuries have completely recovered without leaving any sequelae. Therefore, in order to prevent Tian Hongguang from blaming himself, Tian Xin certainly does not want Tian Hongguang to think wildly. Golden time and space. Villa. Sister, I was captured during this time. Did you get rich by winning the lottery? A villa, you can actually afford a villa now. Tian Hongguang was sitting on the sofa in the living room, with a curious expression on his face. After some affectionate exchanges between siblings, Tian Hongguang gradually recovered his original personality. Afterwards, he left the guest room and began to observe the environment he was in. When he found out that he and Tian Xin were staying in the same villa, Tian Hongguang's heart suddenly became filled with curiosity. To know, he was brought up by Tian Xin. How to say? His parents have passed away, although they left some inheritance. However, in Tian Hongguang's impression, they are a well-off family at best. There is no problem with food and clothing, but it is not considered rich. And now, Tian Xin actually brought him back to the villa. This made Tian Hongguang feel a lot better. At least, in the 2 years since he was captured, his sister had a pretty good life. Brat, what are you thinking? This is my colleague's home. Buy a villa. How can your sister be so capable? Hear Tian Hongguang's inquiry. Tian Xin knocked on Tian Hongguang's head and said angrily. She also wants to win the lottery and make a fortune. However, she didn't think that she would be so lucky. But, watch Tian Hongguang return to his previous state. Tian Xin felt that this was more satisfying than winning the lottery. Colleague, is this the man who saved me? Sister, I just wanted to ask you. Don't you like practicing martial arts? Why do you have a combat power index as high as 9,500 points? Also, who is the man who saved me? He is too strong, isn't he? Tian Hongguang was stunned and asked again. When he was a child, he accidentally discovered some martial arts secrets among his parents' belongings. At that time, Tian Hongguang asked Tian Xin to practice with him. However, Tian Xin has no interest at all in matters related to cultivation. Until Tian Hongguang became K01, he didn't notice the slightest bit of combat power index in Tian Xin. However, when Tian Xin faced herself in the zombie state, she exploded with 9,500 points of combat power. This filled Tian Hongguang's heart with doubts. To know. It took him 5 or 6 years from the time he started practicing to have a combat power index of 9,500 points. And what about his sister? Only 2 years after he was captured, his sister Tian Xin already had a combat power index of 9,500. This makes Tian Hongguang confused. What is going on? Is it possible that his sister Tian Xin is a martial arts wizard who is rare in a century? Therefore, Tian Xin can have a combat power index of 9,500 points within 2 years. Besides, he is also extremely curious about the person who saved him. He clearly remembered the terrifying strength the other party showed when they caught him. At that time, he was still in the state of a warrior corpse. Wu Ji has no emotions of his own, let alone feels fear. Exactly. When he was caught by the opponent, Tian Hongguang was extremely frightened. It seemed that the one who captured him was not a human being, but a god and demon capable of destroying the world. That's why he struggled desperately to regain his freedom. Pity. He failed. Fortunately he failed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to break away from the corpse state and return to the real Tian Hongguang. You said Yi Chen. He is the class teacher of the ultimate class 1 and also my sister's colleague. Sister's combat power index has also improved so quickly because of Yi Chen. Tian Xin thought for a moment. Then, she fully told her experience of meeting Yi Chen. She is sure of her own feelings. Although, she is not with Yi Chen yet. However, she hopes that her brother can learn about Yi Chen. This way, only when she is really together with Yi Chen can they get along better. Sister, he probably didn't lie to you. You are really a martial arts wizard who is rare to see in a century. However, I don't believe that he can't defeat the Black Dragon. The reason why he said that is because he definitely has a crush on you. So, he hopes that you can practice and at least have the power to protect yourself. Hey, soon, I should call this Yi Chen brother-in-law. Sister, you have a brother-in-law, you can't do without me as your younger brother. After listening to Tian Xin's story, Tian Hongguang was silent for a long time, then showed a wicked smile and started teasing Tian Xin. He really didn't expect that his sister was so powerful. If Tian Xin had not lied, Tian Xin would have been practicing for less than a month. Even the exercises taught by Yi Chen are of great help to Tian Xin. However, it is extremely exaggerated for Tian Xin to have a combat power index of 9,500 points in less than a month. As for why he is sure that Yi Chen likes Tian Xin, the reason is simple. First, his sister Tian Xin is pretty and has almost no shortcomings except that she can talk casually. Secondly, Tian Xin is a martial arts wizard and will definitely become a strong man. And Yi Chen is also a powerful being, so naturally he will not fall in love with ordinary women. Perhaps, this is also the reason why Tian Xin saw himself in the cemetery. To know, after he was turned into a martial corpse, he was always carried by the force judgment, and there was no way he would appear in the cemetery. It is clear, these are some of the little tricks Yi Chen used to make Tian Xin practice. Certainly, it is impossible for Tian Hongguang to tell Tian Xin the truth. Tian Hongguang also strongly agrees with Tian Xin's practice. Finally, and most importantly, in Tian Xin's narration, Tian Hongguang discovered something. Whenever Tian Xin encounters any difficulties, Yi Chen will be there to solve them immediately. If Yi Chen didn't care about his sister, it would be impossible for this situation to happen. Are you so brave now that you dare to tease your sister? I'm telling you, I don't care what Ko-1 you are. Tomorrow, I will help you go through the household registration procedures. After the formalities are completed, you can go to the ultimate class and study. If you fail to graduate from high school, your life will be ruined. See Tian Hongguang dared to make fun of himself. Tian Xin immediately took on the posture of an eldest sister and educated Tian Hongguang. And Tian Xin's thoughts. Tian Hongguang was not angry at all, but showed a faint smile. He hasn't felt this kind of warm feeling for a long time. Bara High School. Wasteland. Really, this is my first time practicing the skills given by the system. The ability index of these students is rising rapidly. Looking at the students in the ultimate class, the corners of Yi Chen's mouth raised slightly, revealing a faint smile. After he finished explaining all the 4 exercises that he had prepared systematically, all students in the ultimate class, without exception, have entered a state of cultivation. In order to prevent them from being affected by the outside world during their cultivation, Yi Chen set up a layer of supernatural protective shield on each of them. Rely on this superpower protective shield. Yi Chen can clearly feel that the power index of each of them is constantly growing. System. Except the 4 Wang Dedong people. Is there really no follow-up teaching plan for other students? After a while, Yi Chen spoke in his heart and asked the system. In the teaching plan formulated by the system, most of the students in the ultimate class only have 3 stages of practice. In the first stage, through the energy suppressing bracelet, they can improve their control over the power index. The second stage is to teach them elemental powers and enhance their ability to fight. The third stage is to teach them the training techniques so that they can increase their ability index regardless of the situation. The only exceptions are Tian Xin, Wang Dedong, Rex, Wang Arthur, and Ding Xiaoyu. Tian Xin has the most teaching plans and is also the most special one. Because she is the only super power practitioner and has never practiced. Therefore, Yi Chen's first step in teaching Tian Xin was to teach Tian Xin the exercises. As for Tian Xin's subsequent teaching, it has never begun. As for Tian Xin learning elemental powers, that's just because Tian Xin doesn't have any fighting skills. Yi Chen just taught her by the way. Compared with Tian Xin, Wang Dedong, Rex, Wang Arthur, and Ding Xiaoyu are much simpler. The education plan formulated by the system for the 4 of them is divided into 4 stages. The first 3 stages of training, Zhao Dezhao, are the same as those of other students in the ultimate class. It's just that compared to other ultimate students, they have one more stage of their training plan. Host. There is a big difference between a supernatural practitioner and a supernatural practitioner. In the judgment of this system, only potential top-level power walkers and potential super power walkers have the value of focusing on training. So, for most of the supernatural practitioners, this system will not develop too many teaching plans. If the host wants to cultivate them vigorously, hosts can add their own teaching plans to help them become stronger. Yi Chen's voice just finished. The sound of the system came to mind in Yi Chen's mind. Is that so? Yi Chen touched his chin and murmured thoughtfully. In fact, regarding the systematic explanation, Yi Chen was not surprised. From the treasure chest rewarded by the system, Yi Chen can guess the attitude of the system. But, this time spent with the students from the ultimate class is relaxing. Yi Chen could sense their desire to become stronger from their bodies. That's why Yi Chen took the initiative to ask the system if there were any follow-up teaching plans. Since the system has said so, Yi Chen can teach them how to practice on his own. So, if these students can satisfy Yi Chen doesn't mind teaching them something else. For example, Yi Chen has completely mastered the combat skills. Bara High School. Wasteland. Wang Dedong's superpower index was detected and increased by 2,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a top-level treasure chest. Wang Arthur's superpower index was detected and increased by 2,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a top-level treasure chest. Jian's superpower index was detected and increased by 2,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a high-level treasure. Sister Sha's power index was detected and increased by 2,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained an intermediate treasure chest. The Axe's power index was detected and increased by 2,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a low-level treasure chest. System sound. Every once in a while, it rang in Yi Chen's mind. Cool, if you open all these treasure chests, my own superpower index should be more than 50,000 points, right? The corners of Yi Chen's mouth raised slightly, and a look of excitement flashed in his eyes. In one afternoon, he had already obtained more than 20 treasure chests with system rewards. Among them, there are 4 top-level treasure chests, 1 low-level treasure chest, 8 intermediate treasure chests, and 12 low-level treasure chests. Not to mention, the treasure chests that Yi Chen obtained previously have not all been opened yet. Add all treasure chests together. The number of treasure chests owned by Yi Chen has officially exceeded 30. There are 4 top-level treasure chests, 1 high-level treasure chest, 11 intermediate treasure chests, and 19 low-level treasure chests. Although, the rewards that can be opened from most treasure chests are very average. However, if a little adds up, 907 can still bring good benefits to Yi Chen. As soon as such an idea occurs, Yi Chen had the idea to open the treasure chest now and check out the rewards. However, Yi Chen didn't take action after all. No way. The system is Yi Chen's biggest secret. If Yi Chen does anything that will expose the system, Yi Chen will reject it without hesitation. Therefore, Yi Chen could only suppress the impulse in his heart and wait until he returned to the villa before opening these treasure chests. Sudden. A student from the ultimate class 1 was the first to withdraw from the state of cultivation. Yi Chen glanced at this student and quickly changed his gaze. As the tutor of the ultimate class 1, Yi Chen certainly knows this student's information. Wang Cheng, the little transparent member of the ultimate class, is also a low-level psychic practitioner recognized by the system. Before Yi Chen arrived, Wang Cheng's combat power index was very low, only about 200 points. Now, Yi Chen can clearly sense that Wang Cheng's combat power index has reached about 2,400 points. Have to say, Wang Cheng has improved a lot. However, this cannot make Yi Chen take another look at Wang Cheng. After all, Wang Cheng's promotion is nothing in the ultimate class. The other side, Wang Cheng also noticed Yi Chen's gaze, which swept across his body. This gave Wang Cheng a confused look on his face. But this blank look was quickly replaced by an excited expression. He knows his qualifications are very poor. Therefore, he can only practice the Pei Yuan Gong that Yi Chen finally explained, which is also the simplest method. However, even though Pei Yuan Gong is the simplest technique, it has given him a huge improvement. Before practicing Pei Yuan Gong, his combat power index was 1,600 points. After practicing Pui Yuan Gong, his combat power index reached 2,400 points. This made Wang Cheng extremely excited. If it weren't for the students around me, they would all be immersed in a state of cultivation. I'm afraid he couldn't control himself long ago and started shouting excitedly. Time passes slowly. Soon, more and more students woke up from their cultivation state. Yi Chen observed it carefully. These students who are the first to wake up are all low-level psychics recognized by the system. The exercises they practice are all the simplest, Pui Yuan Gong. Pei Yuan Gong, in the systematic evaluation, is a 3-star martial art. If you practice Pei Yuan Gong to a perfect state, you will have a superpower index exceeding 10,000 points. However, it is not an easy task to practice Pei Yuan Gong to perfection. At least, many of these students who practice Pei Yuan Gong cannot reach that state. After all, they are just low-level power walkers, and it is difficult for their power index to break through the 10,000 point mark. Regarding this situation, although Yi Chen is a little helpless, he doesn't care too much. He is just the class teacher of the ultimate class. When these students graduate, they will leave the ultimate class. By that time, what kind of future they have will have nothing to do with Yi Chen. Ha ha ha, my combat power index has finally returned to 3,000 points. Just when Yi Chen was thinking wildly, Jin Baosen's wild voice sounded in Yi Chen's ears. Yi Chen came back to his senses and looked at Jin Baosen. Indeed, Jin Baosen's combat power index at this moment has reached about 3,200 points. This made Yi Chen's eyes flash with a look of surprise. Jin Baosen is a potential intermediate psychic practitioner. Therefore, he practiced the Hunyuan Gong taught by Yi Chen. Hunyuan Gong, in the systematic evaluation, is a 4-star technique. As long as you practice Hunyuan Gong to a perfect state, you will have a physical fitness index of at least 105,000 points. However, Yi Chen really didn't expect that Jin Baosen's combat power index would increase so much after practicing Hunyuan Gong. Before practicing Hunyuan Gong, Jin Baosen's combat power index was 1900 points. After practicing Hunyuan Gong, Jin Baosen's combat power index reached 3200 points. This means that Jin Baosen's combat power index has directly increased by a full 1300 points. Jin Baosen, what the hell are you yelling at? At this time, Sister Shaw sounded a little unhappy. BG Yi Chen heard the sound and looked over. Although Sister Shaw's tone contained dissatisfaction with Jin Baosen, however, there was a look of joy on Sister Shaw's face. The most important is, Yi Chen can sense Sister Shaw's combat power index, which has reached 7,500 points. This kind of combat power index is already comparable to today's Ko-8 Kai Yunin. Sorry, Sister Shaw, aren't I so happy? Hear what Sister Shaw said. Jin Baosen was stunned for a moment, and then quickly apologized. Even though he now has the combat power index again, he still doesn't dare to offend Sister Shaw. No way. Who told him that he really couldn't beat Sister Shaw? Seeing how sensible Jin Baosen was, Sister Shaw did not pursue the matter any further. After all, the reason why she quit her cultivation state was not because of Jin Baosen. She just happened to hear Jin Baosen's voice when she woke up, which made her a little unhappy. Jin Baosen and Sister Shaw woke up, as if it was a signal. Just a few minutes. Those students who were rated as intermediate power practitioners by the system have withdrawn from the cultivation state one after another. And the only potential high-level psychic practitioner, Jaein. Half an hour after Sister Shaw and others woke up, they slowly opened their eyes. What a powerful technique. Class teacher, aren't you too generous? Feel the power in your body. A look of shock flashed across Jaein's eyes. For those who are not familiar with the Demon Batting Island, the Demon Batting Island is the base camp of the Demon Backing Warriors. This is true, but, except for the Demon Drawing Warriors, there are many powerful supernatural walkers on the Demonic Island. And Jaein, who grew up on the Devil's Island, has naturally seen many cultivation techniques. However, Jaein can guarantee that the skills he saw on the Demon Batting Island are definitely not as good as the true skill of subduing demons taught to him by Yi Chen. Before practicing the true skill of subduing demons, he only had a combat power index of 1900 points. But after practicing the true skill of subduing demons, his combat power index directly reached 3700 points. After practicing for the first time, his combat power index directly increased by 1800 points. This is a very terrifying thing in any time and space. Even I have received such great benefits. What about Brother Da Dong and Arthur Wong? The Great Freedom Mysterious Technique they practice is even more powerful than the true technique of subduing demons. After a while, Jaein gradually calmed down and looked at Wang Dadong and the other four. It's not just John. The other members of the ultimate class are all paying attention to Wang Dadong and the other four. Even Yi Chen, the class teacher of the ultimate class 1, was observing them curiously. The true skill of subduing demons, practiced by Jian, is just a 5-star skill. But the Great Freedom Mysterious Technique, practiced by Wang Dadong and 4 others, is indeed a stronger 6-star technique. Moreover, the combat power index of Wang Dadong and the 4 of them has already exceeded the 10,000 point mark. In this situation, of course Yi Chen wants to know how much improvement the 4 of them can get. Soon, an hour passed. It's almost time for school to end. Wang Dadong, Wang Arthur, Ding Xiaoyu, and Rex all quit their cultivation state at almost the same time. Cool, ha ha ha, as Wang Dadong shouted loudly. A powerful combat power index burst out from Wang Dadong's body. 0.9522, 0.11523, 0.13697. In the end, Wang Dadong's combat power index stabilized at around 13,800 points. This is Wang Dadong's real combat power index. Even without the bonuses of the strongest and Long Wenao, he still has a very good combat power index. Arrogant. You are really arrogant. A confident smile appeared on Wang Arthur's face. As a blue light lit up, his combat power index soared. 0.9345, 0.11596, 0.13154. Although Wang Arthur's combat power index cannot keep up with Wang Dedong's, it still has 13,200 points. And Rex and Ding Xiaoyu saw this. The two of them looked at each other and then started messing around with them. In an instant, another two bursts of combat power index exceeding 10,000 points. 0.10512, 0.12687, 0.14023, 0.91021, 0.11562, 0.12591. Golden time and space. Villa. Yi Chen, you're back. Come on, wash your hands and eat. Yi Chen just walked into his home. Tian Xin's voice sounded in Yi Chen's ears. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that Tian Xin was still at home. However, I don't know why, but I heard Tian Xin's homely words. There was an unusual feeling in Yi Chen's heart. In the end, even Yi Chen himself didn't notice that a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Brother-in-law, what are you doing standing still? Come and eat soon. At this time, a man's voice came from the direction of the restaurant. Tian Hongguang, what are you yelling, sister? Wrong, I was wrong. Next moment, Tian Xin's somewhat sullen voice and Tian Hongguang's begging for mercy continued to echo in the villa. Face this situation. Yi Chen quickly calmed down and walked slowly towards the restaurant. Maybe it's because of the arrival of Yi Chen. The two siblings who were fighting quickly calmed down. Afterwards, the three of them sat down around the dining table and started enjoying dinner. The dinner went very smoothly, and no one took the initiative to speak. Attire. I'm going to go through the household registration procedures for a Guang tomorrow. After the household registration procedures are completed, I will transfer him to the ultimate class. May I? Until after dinner. Tian Xinkai spoke softly and asked Yi Chen. When Tian Hongguang had an accident 2 years ago, Tian Xin had already cancelled Tian Hongguang's household registration. Now, since Tian Hongguang has returned safely, he naturally needs to resolve the issue of household registration. As for asking Yi Chen's opinion, that's because Yi Chen is the class teacher of Ultimate Class 1. Moreover, Tian Xin knows very well how special the current Ultimate Class is. If Yi Chen didn't agree, it would be impossible for her to transfer Tian Hongguang to the Ultimate Class. Do you need help? Hear Tian Xin's inquiry. Yi Chen didn't think twice and agreed directly. The moment he saw Tian Hongguang, Yi Chen scanned it with the system. Tian Hongguang, although not as good as his sister. However, Tian Hongguang is also a potential top-level psychic walker. For such a highly qualified student, Yi Chen would naturally not turn him away. Very good. Yi Chen's voice just finished. Tian Hongguang jumped up excitedly. He really has no interest in going to school. However, when Tian Xin told him that Yi Chen would teach the students in the Ultimate Class 1 to practice, Tian Hongguang began to waver. When Tian Xin took out the current co-list, he briefly explained the changes in strength of Wang Dedong and others. Tian Hongguang is tempted. He spent 2 years in the Tribunal of Arms. In the past 2 years, he has gone through too much hard training. But even so, Tian Hongguang's combat power index only increased by 4,000 points. And what about Wang Dedong and others? They were only taught by Yi Chen for a month. But their combat power index has suddenly increased a lot. This made Tian Hongguang's heart filled with envy, jealousy and hatred. Now, he can also transfer to the ultimate class to receive Yi Chen's teachings. Think of this. Tian Hongguang's eyes kept wandering between Tian Xin and Yi Chen. If Yi Chen really becomes his brother-in-law, so, as his brother-in-law, can I become more powerful? No, you are already very tired teaching students. So, I just ask Ah to accompany me tomorrow. Regarding Tian Hongguang's gaze, Yi Chen simply pretended not to see it. Tian Xin slapped Tian Hongguang on the forehead, beating Tian Hongguang into an ostrich. Then, she smiled sheepishly at Yi Chen and answered softly. In Tian Xin's opinion, Yi Chen has helped him a lot. Now, the two of them haven't confirmed their relationship yet, so naturally they can't keep bothering Yi Chen. Good. Yi Chen nodded and didn't force anything. Then, Yi Chen slowly stood up and walked out of the restaurant. Just when he was about to leave the restaurant, his footsteps stopped inexplicably. Correct. Black Dragon has been making a lot of little moves recently. When you go out, you'd better be on guard. Even before you deal with the black dragon, you'd better move to a villa. Certainly. This is just a suggestion from me. If you don't want to, I won't force you. After saying this, Yi Chen took steps again and walked towards his room without looking back. Only Tian Xin and her brother were left, still thinking about Yi Chen's words. Tian Xin's face turned slightly red, not knowing what he thought of. Tian Hongguang stared at Tian Xin and let out a strange laugh of, hee. Broken heart stall. Rex, arrogant, shall you tell me, what is the origin of the class teacher? He actually taught us such a powerful technique as the great self-contained mysterious technique. Is it possible that the class teacher is really some kind of outsider who comes to our ultimate class to kill time? Wang Dedong said to the three brothers beside him while eating large intestine noodles. After practicing the great self-contained mysterious gong, his combat power index soared from 11,500 points to 13,800 points. Such a terrifying improvement gave Wang Dedong an unreal feeling in his heart. Exactly, he can truly feel his skyrocketing combat power index. Therefore, this also makes Wang Dedong more and more curious, what is the origin of his class teacher Yi Chen? Arrogant, I asked someone to investigate. There is nothing unusual about all the information provided by the class teacher. So, I really have no way to answer your question. Because, I am also very curious, how can the class teacher become the class teacher of the ultimate class? Hear what Wang Dedong said. Wang Arthur wiped the corners of his mouth with a tissue and replied helplessly. When Yi Chen became the class teacher of Ultimate Class 1 on his first day, he sent someone to investigate Yi Chen's background. However, even Dao Quang couldn't find anything useful, and Wang Arthur was no exception. Even Arthur Wang sometimes doubts whether the information he investigated is really Yi Chen's information. After all, according to the information investigated, Yi Chen is just an ordinary person with no combat power index at all. Or maybe Yi Chen has always been hiding himself in his past life. But, either the former or the latter. Even Arthur Wang couldn't think of a reasonable explanation. If Yi Chen is really just an ordinary person, why is he so powerful now? If Yi Chen was hiding himself in the past, then why did he do this? Stop thinking nonsense. Asterisk 10. The level between us and the class teacher is too far apart. It's no good knowing too much. All I know is that the class teacher is guiding us in our cultivation and is not harming us. That's enough. Rex put down the chopsticks in his hand and said calmly. He is a smart man and knows exactly what he needs. He doesn't need to know Yi Chen's true identity, as long as Yi Chen can teach him to become stronger. As for what purpose Yi Chen has, in Rex's opinion, maybe there is, maybe not. But even if Yi Chen really has some purpose, with their current strength, they are not qualified to know. Pretty, brother Rex, it has to be you, little boy Con Dedong and the others have seen it thoroughly. Rex just finished speaking. Heartbreaker suddenly appeared and praised Rex. Because of, the golden pen touches the dragon, he deliberately got close to Wang Dedong and his group. He wants to use Wang Dedong and others to stop his brother who is about to become a demon. However, with the appearance of Yi Chen, Heartbreaker discovered that the future has changed. Therefore, he found a suitable opportunity and went to meet Yi Chen specifically to find out where Yi Chen came from. 0.0. Until now, heartbroken people still clearly remember what Yi Chen said. The future is never in comic books. The picture of the future should be written by the younger generation. This gave the heartbroken person an enlightenment, as if he had an epiphany. After that, Heartbreaker changed his attitude and no longer deliberately guided Wang Dedong and others. But, Wang Dedong and others come to his little stall every time. Heartbroken people will silently observe the changes in these people. He wants to use Wang Dedong and others to figure out Yi Chen's magical methods. He also wants to see what the future described by Yi Chen looks like through Wang Dedong and others. Heartbreaker, I don't dare to guess the identity of the class teacher. But, I'm not very curious about your identity. How about you tell us who you are? Hear the heartbroken man's praise. Rex smiled, a gleam of wisdom flashing in his eyes. Rex is really curious about the heartbroken man. After all, what heartbroken man did was completely unlike an ordinary person. If only the identity of the heartbroken man could be revealed. Maybe, he can discover some secret information that he didn't know before. Kid Rex, Uncle Heartbreaker just praised you, are you going to tear him down? This behavior is very bad, I won't do it again next time. As for who I am, you can ask your class teacher, he should tell you. Alright, eat quickly. Recently, the world of colleges and universities is not as peaceful as before. After you finish eating, all of you should go home and rest early. Don't let anyone wander around outside. The heartbroken man was silent for a moment. Then, he looked up at the sky and replied with some melancholy. Under current circumstances, he doesn't care about his identity being known at all. However, in order to maintain the last trace of mystery, he did not choose to sell it out. As for whether Yi Chen will tell Wang Dedong and others, meeting, as the former adjudicator of the Armed Forces Adjudication Agency. In the morning, Heartbreaker discovered that the Force Judgment Office was dispatched. Since Yi Chen hopes that Wang Dedong and other younger generations will write the future of Jin Shikong, then, Yi Chen will definitely inform Wang Dedong and others of the information about the Force Tribunal. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.